Bic-looking thing.
This is a presentation of the Oklahoma Sports Network.
Any other use of this telecast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the Oklahoma Sports Network's consent is prohibited. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be used without express written consent.
White flag is out. DSR engine qualifier number 4 is about to go for the checkered right here. DSR engine qualifier number 5. The first car out is going to be the 97. That's out of League City, Texas. That's going to be Cash Lacombe, followed by the 14. 14 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's right, it's the 14K. That's Kyle Hooper out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. The 9, that's going to be out of Bethany, Oklahoma. It's going to be Matt Moore. Behind him is going to be the 14M. That's going to be Raisin City, California's Mitchell Moles. The 29. That's going to be out of Cache, Oklahoma. That's going to be Mason Daughtery. The 6 out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. That's going to be Briley Kilmer. The 25J out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. That's going to be Rob Johnson. White flag is coming out. DSR engine qualifier number 5. Half a lap from being in the books. Drivers got to get all they can right here. This is what's going to line them up for their heat races. Checkered flag is out. Qualifier number 5 is in the books. Coming out next for hot laps, it's going to be our mini mod. That orange car out there with the 89 on it, that's going to be out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. That's going to be Dan Enochson, followed by the Bounty Hunter and the 83J. That's going to be Jordan Griffin. Behind him, it's the Pirate. It's the 88. It's Stephen Beard. Behind him in that 28, it's going to be out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma also. It's going to be Braden Griffin. The 7, that car is going to be out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. It's going to be Charlie Griffin driving the 7 tonight. 44 right behind them. That's going to be another Griffin. That's going to be Brantley Griffin, also out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. The 88, that's going to be out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. That's going to be Brian Pinnock driving tonight. The 36K on the back straightaway, Nightmare Chassis sponsored. That's going to be Kyle Knight out of Mustang, Oklahoma. Got the 58 out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Reed's Construction, Donco Plumbing sponsored Nightmare Chassis. That's going to be Keith Reed. Don't forget, if you've got friends and family that are not here at the track tonight, have them log on to Oklahoma Sports Network. They can catch them on Facebook or YouTube, and they can watch every lap along with us live. The only thing they don't get to feel is the wind in their hair when the car goes by. But have them log on to Facebook or YouTube and watch Oklahoma Sports Network with us tonight. This is your restricted micro qualifying. GH7 of Garen Howard, the 66. That's going to be Breck Bowie. Looks like we got the 10cc. That's going to be Charmaine Carey out of Altus, Oklahoma, Cache, Oklahoma. The 22R out of Central High, Oklahoma. That's going to be Riley Oberst. Also out there on the track, you got the 24. It's going to be out of Fletcher, Oklahoma. That's going to be Cam Acker. The 14B, I believe that one's out of Washington, Oklahoma. That's going to be Chase Button. And the 18, that's going to be out of Bennett, Nebraska. That's going to be Titan Roberts. I do have a correction. That 66 car is out of Oklahoma City, but it's Brooks Bowie, the driver of the restricted micro. Up next, DSR Racing Engines qualifying number 2. The 75 is going to be out of Dodge City, Kansas. That's going to be Deacon McRoberts. The 47 out of Cache, Oklahoma. That's going to be Addison Bishop. Got the 14V out there. It's going to be out of Tuttle, Oklahoma. That's going to be Brett Van Zandt. And you've got the 92. That's out of Yukon, Oklahoma. That's Lathan Knott. Also have the 1. That car is going to be out of Bridge Creek, Oklahoma. That's Jamison Smith. Also the 90 of Maxwell Norick out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Last but definitely not least, the 11 out of Ben Wheeler, Texas. It's the shoe. It's Bryce Shade. Trying to get Norick refired.
All right, we're coming to green with the 11 car.
90 of Norick's going to go to the infield. Green flag is going to come back out. Jamison Smith and that 1 car coming up out of carts, moved into restrictors. Got to watch him test that thing last Friday and Saturday night. Shook it down pretty good, had a good learning curve with it. Bryce Shade, never a dull moment with that young man, always on the stick. They call him the shoe for a reason. Deacon McRoberts, another kid that come out of carts, moved up into restrictors. Bryce Shade also runs go-karts when there's off time. White flag is out. Coming to the end of DSR Race Engines qualifier number 2 in the restricted class. Sorry about the laughter. We're having a little wasp fun up here in the booth.
The only way I've seen a wasp killed in that manner. I'll give you that.
All means necessary. DSR Race Engines qualifier number 3 about to take the track. First car out on the track, the 22 out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. That's going to be Riker Jones. The 55K, that's going to be out of Glenpool, Oklahoma. That's going to be Caden Anderson. Behind him out of Ada, Oklahoma, it's the 99L. It's Caden Lane. The 28L out of Manford, Oklahoma. That's going to be Jensen Long. The 40 car out there, that's out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. That's Ryder Calloway. You got the 13 out of Danbury, Texas. That's Chase Reaper. And the 6 car out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. That's going to be Briley Kilmer. White flag coming out. Going to give them one more time around for DSR Race Engine qualifier number 3. Up right next is DSR Race Engine qualifier number 4. First one on the track will be the 10 out of Gentry, Arkansas. That's Brodix Kidder. Then you got the 18T. That's Talene Roberts out of Bennett, Nebraska. Also on the track, the 28. That's out of Greenville, Texas. That's Kyson Bolden. Also have the 29 out of Fletcher, Oklahoma. That's going to be Clayton Jenkins. Also out of Chattanooga, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 19A. It's the Wild Child. It's Ayla Moorfield. The 30 car out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. That's going to be Gunnar Calloway. And then you've got out of Carnegie, Oklahoma, the 13C. That's Casey Courtney. Up next on the track, it's going to be our non-wing micros, DSR Race Engine qualifying number 1 First car out there is going to be the 11 out of Amarillo, Texas. It's Zoom Zoom. It's Zayden Vasquez. The 5C out there out of Graham, Texas. It's going to be the 5C of Cooper Miller. Then you've got the 9 out of Bethany, Oklahoma. That's going to be Matt Moore. 5P out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. That's going to be Luke Porter. 71A out of League City, Texas. That's Anthony Ray. Big hop for the Pauls Valley driver, the 29S, and the turn number 1. We've also got the 73 car. It's out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's Chase McDougal. The 11G out of Sherman, Texas. That's Blake Gerard. Checkered flag is out. Qualifier number 1 for your non-wing division is in the books. DSR Race Engine Qualifier number 2, the 7C out of Skiatook, Oklahoma. It's going to be Philip Cordova. Also the 24U out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's going to be Tristan Ulstrom. Out of Yukon, Oklahoma, it's going to be the C3 of Bobby Chappa. Then you've got the 90, also out of Yukon, Oklahoma. It's going to be Trevor Smith. Out of Pryor, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 81 of Frank Flood. And you're going to have the 1V out of Boxmeer, New Brussels. It's going to be Wout Hoffman's. The 1S out of Calera, Oklahoma. It's going to be Braxton Weegar. Also scheduled to run this one is going to be the 6 of Briley Kilmer, moving from her wing car over to her non-wing. Problems for Tristan Ulstrom in the 24U on the back straightaway. Come to a stop. Safety crew pushing him on into the infield. Checkered flag is going to come out. DSR Race Engine Qualifier number 2 is in the book. Up next, it's DSR Race Engine Qualifier number 3. The 14K is going to be out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's going to be Kyle Hooper. Then you've got your Marlow, Oklahoma driver in the 33. That's Jet Nunley. Hazel, Texas driver in the 3T. That's Trevor McIntyre. And you got the 55 out of Oklahoma City. That's going to be Dalton Burley. The 42X out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. That's going to be Luke Anderson. And out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, the 75. That's Blaine Bunton. Roden Brown in that 60 car out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Also out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, you got the 66 of Jaden Clay. Car coming to a rest out of turn number 2, bringing out the caution flag. just as I mentioned his name, looks like it might be Jaden Clay. Tristan Olstrom having some really big issues. Car is on the hook, and he is in the gator for the ride. 66 of Jaden Clay is going to go to the infield.
All right, 60 on the back straight. Or 33, we're going to go back to green with you. 33, go back to green with you. Green flag, green flag.
DSR Race Engine qualifier number 3. White flag is out. We're going to go one more time for qualifier number 3. DSR Race Engine qualifier number 4 out of Midwest City, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 17 of Talon McConnell. Also, the 14M is going to be out of Raisin City, California. It's going to be Mitchell Moles. Out of Crosby, Texas, the 73F. It's going to be Ty Fulgham. Your points leader for a while here in the now 600 series out of Sutton, Nebraska. It's the 2F. It's Jaden Friesen. Out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 42. It's Cale McGee. And then out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 297 of Dylan Berglund. Out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, the 87 of Cameron Imitario.
All right, let's find about 17. You're coming to green. Green flag, green flag.
Looks like we're missing one car out there this go round. '17 of McConnell, the 2F of Friesen, 14M of Moles, the 73 of Fulgham, the 297 of Berglund's out there. We might be missing the 42 out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, Cale McGee. Not getting him to be, not his qualifier. Checkered flag is out. DSR Race Engine qualifier number 4 is in the books. Up next, we're going to have the remainder of our support classes running their hot laps. Looks like this batch out is going to be our junior sprints.
while we've got a moment, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oklahoma Sports Network. Didn't quite get to do that as we went right to qualifying to begin the night. But welcome to I-44 Speedway Park right here in beautiful Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, just on the south side towards Newcastle off I-44. And we're excited to be coming to you on the network as well as the application, Roku app, Fire TV, different things like that, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter X, is what it's called now. I also thank Victory Motorsports and Acker Motorsports Victory Fuel, fueling tonight's race here for the Now 600 series as well as the regular points nights here at I-44 Speedway. Neil on the call. He's doing a great job. I'll throw it back over to him.
Everyone to I-44 Motorsports Park here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Thanks for joining us on night number 1 of our Now 600 series, also our weekly points races. If I could have everybody please rise. We're going to start our evening off with our national anthem and our invocation. If you'd please bow with me, please. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing us to be out here on a beautiful Friday night on a Memorial weekend. We can't say thank you enough to all of our veterans abroad and at home. Please place your hand on everybody here at the track, our safety officials, our track crews out in the pits, our pit area, also in our grandstands. We want to come back out tomorrow night and watch another beautiful night of racing. Thank you once again for everything that you do for all of us. In your name we pray. Amen.
And the rocket's red glare, the
ups. Guys, you know it. They're pretty. Look for them. Wave at them. They're bringing things around. Thank you, Hooters, for doing that. Second place car that started on the track was a 98. That's racing Mason McBride out of Newcastle, Oklahoma. Right there to his inside. And the 65 is out of Oklahoma City. That's Brighton Bowie. 4 out of Cache, Oklahoma. That's going to be the 4 of Wyatt Yore. Also out on the track, the 14J. That's Will Golding out of Malibu. Looks like Washington, maybe? Let me look that up and see where he's out of. Chase Button got them all covered right now, not letting anybody get around him. He's going to hold the point. Paisley Slidham started shotgun on the field, still side by side for that second spot. The 65 of Brighton Bowie and the 98 of Mason McBride. Bowie's going to take over the spot there. Chase Button getting by the 21P of Paisley Slidham. Everybody's going to try to split her as they get her under contact between Paisley Slidham and the 4 of Wyatt Yore. Everybody keeps them nice and straight. Miss Paisley's starting in her 5th race of her career. White flag is out. We're going to go one more time around for your junior sprint heat race. Fastest lap of the race so far is set by the second place car. That's going to be Brighton Bowie at a 14.530. Checkered flag is out. Chase Button will be your leader in the 14B, followed by Brighton in the 65. The 4 of Wyatt Yore. The 14G, the 98. Your now 600 Hyper Racing Heat Race number 1 in your non-wing division on the pole. Scheduled to start on the poles, the 11 out of Amarillo, Texas. Zayden Vasquez to his outside, and the 71A, that's out of League City, Texas. That's Anthony Ray. To the inside of row number 2, the 73 of Chase McDougal. To his outside, the 5P of Luke Porter. The 29S of Blake Scott on the inside of row number 3, and the outside, the 11G of Blake Gerard. Cooper Miller in the 5C and Matt Moore in the 9 Green flag is out. McDougal not wasting any time, getting quickly to the front. The 5P of Porter right there behind him, followed by the 5C of Cooper Miller. The 9 of Matt Moore making a run off of turn number 2. Going to drive it in deep on the bottom, going to slide up. Here comes Zayden Vasquez in that 11 car. Trying to make a run at it, but he's got Blake Scott all over the tail tank of that 11 car. Halfway flags are out. Contact between the 5 cars. You got the 5P of Luke Porter and the 5C of Cooper Miller. Matt Moore got the door slammed on him. Porter came on down the track. Moore backed it up, let him go through cleanly. He's going to try to run him back down. The 29S of Scott still trying to move up. McDougal is your leader, followed by Cooper Miller. White flag is out, final time around for Hyper Racing Heat Race number 1 of your non-wing division. Checkered flag is in the air. Chase McDougal in the 73. Cooper Miller in the 5C, followed by Matt Moore in the 9. Luke Porter in the 5P. Zayden Vasquez in the 11. The 29S of Blake Scott. The 71A of Anthony Ray, followed by the 11G of Blake Gerard. Hyper Racing Heat Race number 2 in your non-wing division is going to look like this. The 7C of Philip Cordova, the 24U of Tristan Olstrom on row number 1, the C3 of Bobby Chappa, and the 9E of Trevor Smith on row number 2. Row number 3 is going to have the 81 of Frank Flood and the 6 of Briley Kilmer. The 1V of Wout Hoffman and Braxton Weeger, and the 1S on row number 4.
Check.
C3, second row outside. C3, second row outside. 6 inside. 9E outside.
Qualifying adjustments made to your lineup. It's going to be the 7C of Philip Cordova on the pole with Frank Flood to his outside. The C3 of Bobby Chappa.
Bobby Chapman, a C3, second row outside.
C3
is second row.
Will be on the second row outside. Tristan Olstrom will be on the inside of row number 4. The 1S of Braxton Weeger will be on the inside of row number 2. Lights are out, looking for a green flag out of turn number 4. Hyper Racing Heat Race number 2. Going to get the 1 to go right here. Missing a car from the lineup. Green flag is in the air. Hyper Racing Heat Race number 2 is green. Oh, heavy contact going into turn number 1 between the 81 of Flood and the 7C of Cordova. 1S of Hoffman's sliding up into that third spot. That's the 7. Trying to figure out if that's Chappa in the yellow and white car. 24, Tristan Olster making his way up with Briley Kilmer right behind him. The 9E of Trevor Smith rounding out the field. Halfway flags are out. Three-car breakaway in the front. Philip Cordova in the 7C. Frank Flood in the 81. Wout Hoffman's in the 1S. C3 of Bobby Chappa. We got a caution for the 24 of Tristan Olstrom. Comes to a stop on the back straightaway. Tristan Olstrom had some problems in qualifying. Surprise appearance tonight up on the front straightaway, straight from the Tulsa Shootout and the Chili Bowl. You'll see the caution cone that Mr. Maddox is famous for from them two up on the front straightaway. Philip Cordova is going to bring them to green. The cone is out there for two purposes. One, to tell the drivers that they all have to stay single file. The other, they cannot pass till they get past that cone. If they pass before, they'll get moved back a spot or two, depending on the rules that night, but they will not get moved. They will not stop the race. They'll drop it on the next flag. If it happens to be the checkered flag and you won the race, you just got relegated to spot number 2. White flag is out. Final lap of the Hyper Racing heat race number 2. Cordova is going to lose the front end. It's going to be a drag race. Oh, we got heavy contact at the stripe. It appeared to be the 81 of Frank Flood, followed by the 7C of Philip Cordova, the 1S of Wout Hoffman, Bobby Chappa in the C3, Briley Kilmer in the 6, and Trevor Smith in the 9E. Cordova, you saw him slip up going into turn number 4. That opened the door for Frank Flood on the bottom. At that time, Flood made the move. Cordova made the correction. They came together just before the start-finish line. Cordova spins around. Flood, not sure if it had been a wheel or an axle, but you could see that wheel was wobbling pretty hard. So there will be some repairs being done on that 81. Up next, it's Hyper Racing Heat Race number 3. The 3T of Trevor McIntyre on the pole with the 60 of Broden Brown to his outside. The 14K of Kyle Hooper on the inside of row number 2 with the 33 of Jet Nunley to his outside. The 42X of Luke Anderson and the 75 of Blaine Button on row number 3. That's going to put the 55 of Dalton Burley alongside the 66 of Jaden Clay.
Guys, I need you on the very top, side by side, rolling the very top. Trevor McIntyre, Broden Brown, get on the very top, up against the wall.
Trying to get the drivers to roll in the top side a little bit. They're going to put them in single file order. Rolling that top cushion just a little bit, allowing a little more racing room on that cushion. Getting Flood pulled over to the scales, gets a thumbs up. Now they're going to take him back to the pit area. Let them start making the repairs. Lights are out, looking for a green flag in turn number 4. Trevor McIntyre, Broden Brown on the front row. Green flag is in the air. We're underway. McIntyre slides up, gives Broden Brown a little kiss. Broden Brown's going to use that top side, makes a heck of a run back down the back straightaway. Diamond off of turn number 2. Everybody kind of fell in line as they come off the start. Jet Nunley challenging for that 3rd spot with Kyle Hooper. Looking to the inside, couldn't quite hold it down there, slid up just a little bit. Trevor McIntyre has Broden Brown and Kyle Hooper right on his tail tank. Jet Nunley creeping back up into the fight. Dalton Burley, Blaine Button, and Luke Anderson rounding out the final 3 positions. Blaine Button's going to throw a slider across the nose of Burley as he gets into turn number 1, going to hold on to that 5th spot. Trevor McIntyre making it look easy. And that 3T holding off the 60 of Broden Brown and the 14K of Hooper. Here comes Hooper. He's going to throw a mean one. A little contact between him and Broden Brown. White flag is out. Final time around. Azle, Texas driver Trevor McIntyre in the 3T taking the checkered flag, followed by Broden Brown in the 60. The 14K of Kyle Hooper, followed by the 33 of Jet Nunley, the 75 of Blaine Button, the 55 of Dalton Burley, the 42X of Luke Anderson. Up next, it's Hyper Racing Heat Race number 4. On the pole out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, it's the 297 of Dylan Berglund. To his outside out of Midwest City, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 17 of Talon McConnell. The 14M on the inside of row number 2, that's going to be Mitchell Moles. To his outside out of the 2F, it's going to be Jaden Friesen. The 73F is going to be Ty Fulgham, and to his outside, looking to see who that is. That appears to be 46F. Do not have a name for that driver yet, but we'll get one.
That's Cale McGee.
Cale McGee. Okay. Dylan Berglund sent it off into turn number 3. Front end did not grab. That's going to pull the 14M of Mitchell Moles right up on him. Mitchell Moles is going to get him in turn number 2. Berglund tried to get back underneath him as they exited turn 2, but did not have a chance. Friesen in that 2F is getting closer and closer to that 297 of Berglund. 73 bouncing hard. Talon McConnell's going to throw a slider, and he's going to get it thrown back at him out of turn number 4. Mitchell Moles is going to take off in that 14 and trying to run away and hide. Dylan Berglund in 297 right there with him. Jaden Friesen not giving up a shot yet. 2 laps to go in Hyper Racing Heat Race number 4 in your non-wing division. White flag is in the air one more time around. Out of Raisin City, California, it's going to be Mitchell Moles taking the checkered flag, followed by the 297 of Dylan Berglund, the 2F of Jaden Friesen, the 73F of Ty Fulgham, the 17 of Talon McConnell, and the 42 of Cale McGee. Up next, it's our M&R Manufacturing Restricted Heat Race number 1. On the pole, it's going to be the GH7 of Garen Howard. Alongside him, it's going to be Titan Roberts in the 18. The 14B is going to be Chase Button. To his outside, the 66. That's going to be Brooks Bowie. To the inside of row number 3, the 22R, that's Riley Oberst. And to her outside of the 24 of Cam Acker. Shotgun on the field, the 10cc of Charmaine Carey. Garen Howard from the jump. He's going to hold on to the pole in lap number 1, followed by Titan Roberts. Brooks Bowie's going to creep up into that 3rd spot. Chase Button in the 4th spot. Riley Oberst following him. Cam Acker in the 24 and Charmaine Carey in the 10cc rounding out your field. Button trying to make a move to the inside in turn number 2, but Bowie's going to use that momentum, carry himself right on around him on the top side. Button makes an adjustment, tries to go up a little higher on the track, trying to make a move. Cannot get the grip that he was getting a little lower on the track. Halfway flags are out for your M&R Manufacturing Heat Race number 1 of your restricted division. Garen Howard got him covered so far from the drop of the green. Titan Roberts along with him, 2-car jump off the rest of the field. Brooks Bowie in the 66, Chase Button in the 14B, Riley Oberst in the 22R, Cam Acker in the 24, and the 10cc of Carey. White flag is out one more time around for heat race number 1 of your M&R Manufacturing. Contact between 3 cars. Bowie with an issue. Checkered flag is going to fly. Garen Howard in the GH7. Titan Roberts in the 18. The 14B of Chase Button. The 22 of Riley Oberst. The 24 of Cam Acker. And the 10cc of Charmaine Carey. Your M&R Manufacturing Heat Race number 2 for your restricted micros. On the pole, it's going to be the 47 of Addison Bishop. To her outside, the 92 of Lathan Knott. Row number 2, the 14V, that's going to be Brett Van Zant. To his outside, the 75 of Deacon McRoberts. Row number 3 on the inside, it's going to be the 1 of Jamison Smith. And to his outside in the 11, it's going to be Bryce Shade. Shotgun on the field in the 90, that's going to be Maxwell Norick. Lights are out, looking for a green flag this time by. Green flag is in the air. Knott quickly jumps up to the front side, but here comes Deacon McRoberts in the 75. Going to make a run along the top, Knott staying on the bottom. He's going to slide up. McRoberts going to cross him over, trying to get to the bottom. Couldn't quite get there. Addison Bishop and Brett Van Zant, Jamison Smith and Maxwell Norick rounding out your field. McRoberts got a little better corner that time. Knott shut the lane down, wouldn't let him through. Brett Van Zant creeping up on the backside of McRoberts in that 75. Lathan Knott holding that car right in the defensive line, not letting McRoberts around, but McRoberts is going to find a way around the top side. He's going to shoot it around the top, get around him, and down into turn number 4. He's going to come out with the lead and a little bit of a gap. Brett Van Zant saw that. Now look at him. He's going to try the same move. Knott slides up. Van Zant tries to jump to the bottom, blocks that lane, holding on to that second spot in that 92 car. Brett Van Zant tried to back up and try to run it again. He's going to get blocked again as he tries that low line. Lathan Knott knows exactly where to keep that car, right in the middle of that defensive line. Now Brett Van Zant's going to get up along the outside of him. Little contact. White flag is out one more time around. Brett Van Zant's going to take him at the stripes, got that second spot as he took the white flag. Out of Dodge City, Kansas, looking at the checkered flag in hand, it's going to be Deacon McRoberts, followed by Brett Van Zant in the 14V, Lathan Knott in the 92, Addison Bishop in the 47, Jamison Smith in the 1, and Maxwell Norick rounding out the field in the 90. Up next, your M&R Manufacturing Heat Race number 3. On the pole, it's going to be the 13 of Jace Raper. To his outside, it's going to be the 6 of Briley Kilmer. To the inside of row number 2, the 28L, that's going to be Jensen Long. To his outside in the 99L, it's going to be Caden Lane. The 55K will be on the inside of row number 3. That's going to be Caden Anderson alongside the 22 out of Riker Jones. Shotgun on the field in the 40. That's going to be Ryder Calloway. Green flag is in the air. Briley Kilmer bringing along Caden Lane. Off the top side, going to take 1 and 2 and try to run away and hide. The 28 of Long trying to find a way through. Here comes the 22 moving up a couple of spots. The 13 slides right back through the middle and is going to hold on to that third spot. The 28 of Long going to try a slide up in front of the 13. He gets it done. He moves up into that third spot. The 6 of Briley Kilmer, the 99L of Caden Lane, your top 2 slicing and dicing, trying to hold on to their positions. Caden Lane trying to move up 1. Problems for the 22. Riker Jones, he hit the top side of that cushion, slowed that car way down. Almost lost a position to the 55K of Anderson. Gathered it back up and got it straightened back out, got the fire built back, kept his spot. Briley Kilmer, Caden Lane, still a 2-car breakaway for the lead. Looking at a turn number 4, white flag is in the air one more time around for your M&R Manufacturing Heat Race number 3. Driver hails out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 6 of Briley Kilmer, followed by Ada, Oklahoma's own Caden Lane, Jensen Long, Jace Raper, Riker Jones, Caden Anderson, and Ryder Calloway rounding out the field. Up next, your M&R Manufacturing Heat Race number 4 in your restricted division. The 13C of Casey Courtney on the pole with the 28 of Kyson Bolden to her outside. On the inside of row number 2, it's the Wild Child, it's the 19A of Ayla Moorfield to her outside. It's going to be the 29 of Clayton Jenkins. Row number 3, the 30 of Gunnar Calloway. And to his outside, the 18T of Taylin Roberts. And shotgun on the field in the 10, it's Brodix Kidder. Green flag is in the air. The 13C is going to hold on to the point, but he's got Kyson Bolden and Ayla Moorfield right behind him, and Clayton Jenkins sneaking up to get into the fight. Gunnar Calloway in that 30 trying to get back up in the top 4. Taylin Roberts in the 18T and Brodix Kidder rounding out your field. Ayla Moorfield looking to the inside. She's going to slide up across the nose, but she didn't get there quick enough. Kyson Bolden shuts it down. They are side by side at the stripe. Courtney having an issue, almost lost the back end as he got up into the fluff in turn number 2. That's going to bring Bolden right up behind him. And Ayla Moorfield right behind him. Here comes Clayton Jenkins. He's up into the fight now. Your top 4 breaking away. Ayla Moorfield still looking towards the bottom, trying to give Kyson Bolden something to think about. Courtney in that 13C is going to hang on to it. He's going to stretch it out. The 10 of Bruddock Skidder going to pull to the infield. Clayton Jenkins goes way up the hill in turn number 3 and 4. He's going to pull it down without losing any spots. White flag is in hand one more time around. Does anybody have anything for Casey Courtney? At the stripe, it's going to be Courtney, Bolton, Moorfield, Jenkins, Callaway, and Roberts. Driver out of Carnegie, Oklahoma, driving the 13C. That's Casey Courtney. Up next, it's going to be our mini mod division. On the pole out of Yukon, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 64 of Tim Ballou. To his outside out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, it's going to be the Bounty Hunter. It's going to be the 83J of Jordan Griffin. Row number 2 out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 88P of Brian Pinnock. To his outside, the 89 out of Oklahoma City, it's going to be Dan Enochson. Shotgun, Braden Griffin out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, the 28, and Stephen Beard in the 88, the Pirate. Looks like everybody's going to make the call. Tim Ballou, Jordan Griffin, your front row lights are out. We're looking for a green flag as they come out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Drag race down the front straightaway. Jordan Griffin's going to use the power and the muscle to get around the top side. He's going to bring Dan Enochson with him. The 83J, the 89, the 64, the 88P, the 88, the 28. Oh, Pinnock went to look at the wall to see if it was out there. Did not make contact. Stayed in that 4th spot. Jordan Griffin in the 83J, Dan Enochson in the 89 trying to get away from the rest of the field. The 64 of Ballou, the 88 of Pinnock, not going to let that happen. They're creeping back up. Jordan Griffin holding his own, keeping Dan Enochson just far enough behind him that he doesn't have to worry about him. Jordan Griffin in the 83J got the nickname the Bounty Hunter. Last season, Dan Enochson in the 89 went on a 5-race tear. And somebody stepped up and said the first driver that beats Enochson is going to get $100. Oh, we've got one upside down. We've got a red flag on the track. The 88 of Brian Pinnock. Over on the scene, gets that car brought back up. You see the roof going open. Replay on Oklahoma Sports Network. Pinnock's going down the back straightaway, gets into turn number 3, bikes it up as he gets into the cushion in turn number 3, and then just slow rolls it over on the nose. Driver is good. We don't mind seeing wrecks, but we dang sure want to see a thumbs up afterwards. And if anybody knows the Penix, they're putting the steering wheel back on that car. He's going to try to get that thing going. They've already looked at the front end. Safety crew helping him get strapped back in. With the gator placed where it's at and the TV camera zoomed in, still cannot see exactly what the safety crew is in there trying to help him do. Imagine the way they're scrambling. They're trying to get his belts tightened back up. They're going to push him back. And he fires it back up, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to rejoin the field. Now, I don't know how many fans that's going to grab, but it grabbed one right up here. Brian Pinnock bikes it in turn number 3, rolls it over into turn number 4, gets strapped back in, and he's going to tag the back of the field. The 83 of Jordan Griffin is your leader, followed by Dan Enixon. Tim Ballou in the 64. The 88 of Stephen Beard, the 28 of Braden Griffin, and the 88 of Brian Pinnock. Looking for a green flag out of turn number 4. Jordan Griffin holds them all the way to the end. He's going to get on the loud pedal. And Pinnock moves up 1 around the 28. He's going to throw it in on the bottom. Can't quite hold it. But Brian Pinnock does not look like he's done yet. Jordan Griffin in the 83J going to lead him into turn number 3. Can he bring him to the stripe? Jordan Griffin is going to take the heat race win, followed by Dan Enix in the 89. Tim Ballou in the 64, the 88 of Stephen Beard. The 88P of Brian Pinnock and the 28 of Griffin rounding out your field. He didn't need to see out of all that room. Up next, heat race number 2 of your mini mod division. On the pole, out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's going to be the Donco Plumbing, Reed Construction, Conrad Transportation, 58 of Keith Reed. To his outside, out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, is going to be the 44 of Brantley Griffin. To the inside of row number 2, out of Yukon, Oklahoma, that Nightmare-sponsored chassis, 13 of Zachary Pendleton. Out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, on the outside is going to be the 7. Kyle Knight out of Mustang, Oklahoma, another Nightmare chassis. That's the 36K of Kyle Knight. Brantley Griffin in the 44 is going to try to take off. Stay away from the field in that 44 car. He's bringing the 13 of Pendleton and the 36 of Kyle Knight. The 7 of Charlie Griffin is going to follow him into 4th, and Keith Reed drops into that 5th spot. Brantley Griffin has company. Zachary Pendleton in the 13, Kyle Knight in the 36K. Charlie Griffin in that 7 trying to get up here and join the fight. Not quite there yet. Zachary Pendleton's going to drive it in deep on the bottom. He's going to try to pin it down. He can't get it done, but he's right there. He's going to slide across the, no, not enough room. Griffin gives him some room. Almost contact between the 13 and the 44. Kyle Knight didn't miss a beat. He come running right back up there into the mix of it and moved up into that second spot. Nightmare Chassis 1 and 2 with Brantley Griffin, Charlie Griffin, and Keith Reed rounding out the field. White flag is in the air one more time. Out of turn number 4, it's going to be the 13 of Zachary Pendleton, followed by Kyle Knight in the 36K. The 44 of Brantley Griffin, the 7 of Charlie Griffin, and the 58 of Keith Reed. Up next, it's your Driven Midwest A-Class Heat Race number 1 on the pole out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 14 of Harley Holland to his outside, the 2F of Jaden Friesen. Row number 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 5C of Cooper Miller alongside the GH7 of Garen Howard. Shotgun on the field, the 28S, that's Daniel Smith. Lights are out, looking for a green flag in turn number 4. Green flag is out, Friesen on the top side. He's going to try to run it off in there. Lost problems for Friesen in the 2F. He's going to come to a stop. All for naught for Cooper Miller in that 5C with a heck of a run down the back straightaway. Shoved the nose underneath the 14 of Holland. Slid up there, but that's not gonna get it. That's gonna move the 5C of Cooper Miller on the outside of Harley Holland in the 14. GH7 is gonna drop to the inside of Garen Howard. Daniel Smith in the 28S will climb to the outside of row number 2. Trying to get Friesen fired up here in the 2F. Friesen's going to hit the exit ramp as the cars come by. The lights are out. And then there was 4. Driven Midwest Heat Race number 1. Harley Holland, Cooper Miller, row number 1, bringing them to the green flag. Green flag is in the air. Cooper Miller's going to drive around the outside, moves into that top spot around Harley Holland in the 14. The 28S of Daniel Smith and the GH7 of Garen Howard rounding out your field. Cooper Miller in that 5C stretching the lead out over Harley Holland. We got a big one over in turn number 3. That's going to be the GH7 of Garen Howard up into the wall. driver is good. Ladies and gentlemen, he's right there in the gator. You can see him now. It's the driver out of Newcastle, Oklahoma. It's Garen Howard. Garen, you all right, little man? Thumbs up from the driver, Garen Howard. Looks like the crew chief's got some work to do on that one. Everybody gonna get them refired. We're gonna rejoin your Driven Midwest Heat Race number 1. $14 of Holland's going to need a push in turn number 3 to get refired. Five C of Cooper Miller will be your leader, followed by the 14 of Harley Holland, the 28S of Daniel Smith. Five C of Cooper Miller out of Graham, Texas. Green flag is out. Cooper Miller in that 5C, not wasting any time, getting back up on his horse, trying to run away and leave the field. Everybody running about the same line, running about the same pace, far, just about the same distance apart. 5C of Cooper Miller, the 14 of Harley Holland, the 28S of Daniel Smith. White flag is in the air one more time around for your Driven Midwest Heat Race number 1 in your A-Class division. Out of Graham, Texas in the 5C, it's going to be Cooper Miller, followed by Harley Holland out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Daniel Smith out of Duncan, Oklahoma in that third and final spot. Up next, your Driven Midwest Heat Race number 2 in your A-Class division. On the pole, it's going to be the 60 of Broden Brown. To the outside out of Mays, Kansas, it's going to be Eli Morgan. To the inside of row number 2 out of Chickasha, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 83 of Jim Woods. To his outside out of Marlow, Oklahoma, the 33, that's going to be Jet Nunley. Row number 3, the 29S on the inside, the 71T. That's going to be Blake Scott and Anthony Ray. And Zayden Vasquez in the 11 rounding out the field. Eli Morgan in the 15E is going to hold on to first as he comes around to complete lap number 1. Broden Brown in the 60 right behind him. Anthony Ray in that 71T right there. Followed by Jet Nunley in the 33. Jim Woods in the 83 went way up high. Kept it straight enough, got it back in, lost 1 spot. Now he's lost 2. But he's going to try to fight back. He's looking to find a gap between the 2 cars in front of him. Halfway flags are out. Eli Morgan runaway and hiding from Broden Brown. Jim Woods is going to get 1 spot back. He's going to slide up. Now he's got the 11 car in front of him trying to move further up the field. Eli Morgan, Broden Brown, Anthony Ray, Jet Nunley, your 4 cars in the top 4. Zayden Vasquez in the 11 and 5th. Jim Woods in 6th. And Blake Scott in the 29S rounding out the field. White flag is in hand. We're going to go one more time around. All the way from Mays, Kansas, the 15E of Eli Morgan is going to take the checkered flag, followed by Broden Brown, and at the line. At the stripe, the 71T of Ray jumps into that 3rd spot, dropping Jet Nunley to 4th in that 33. The 11 of Zayden Vasquez, the 83 of Jim Woods, and the 29S of Blake Scott. Up next, your Driven Midwest Heat Race number 3 on the pole. It's going to be the 73 of Chase McDougal. To his outside, the 14F of Bobby Wolford Jr. The 297 of Dylan Berglund on the inside of row number 2 with the 18 of Titan Roberts to his outside. The 73F of Ty Fulgham on the inside of row number 3 with the 18T of Talon Roberts to his outside. Shotgun on the field in the 7. It's going to be Carson Carter. Green flag is in the air. Little contact between the 297. Caution is back out. No start on that one. Complete restart here and heat race number 2, your Driven Midwest A class. McDougal, Wolford, row number 1. Need to be side by side, nose to nose. The tall cone in turn number 4, looking for a green flag. Green flag is in the air. Little contact between Titan Roberts and the 73F of Fulgham. The 73 of McDougal's already jumped out and trying to run away. 14F of Wolford, the 297 of Berglund. Your top 3. Chase McDougal not looking back. He's trying to run away and hide. Dylan Berglund trying to show the nose to Wolford in that 14F. Still not enough room to slide up. The 73F of Fulgham almost got into the mix of it, but here comes Titan Roberts in the 18. He moves up 2 spots as he jumps up into that 3rd spot around the top side of 297 of Dylan Berglund. Bobby Wolford Jr. and that's 14F is the next victim for Titan Roberts if he can get around him. Chase McDougal making it look easy in that Factor 1. Everybody recognizes that car for sure. Titan Roberts throws a slider into turn number 2. White flag is going to come out one more time around for your Driven Midwest A-Class heat race number 3, I'm sorry. Checkered flag is out for Broken Arrows. Chase McDougal, followed by the 18 of Titan Roberts, the 297 of Dylan Berglund, the 73F of Fulgham, the 18T of Talon Roberts, The 7 of Carson Carter, with Bobby Wolford Jr. having an issue of coming out of turn number 4, sitting sideways on the front straightaway. Up next, it's your Driven Midwest A-Class Heat Race number 4. On the pole, it's going to be the 42 of Luke Anderson. 42X of Luke Anderson to his outside. It's going to be the 4 of Jude Allgaier. To the inside of row number 2, the K9 of Sammy Porter and the 1S of Woot Hoffman. Shotgun on the field. It's going to be the 07A of Avery Morgan. Caution is out.
Hustle around the 07, guys. Hustle around the 07. 42 and 4. Hustle around the 07.
I said I'm going for I-44 classes. I'm just telling the public now he's kind of
Green flag is in the air. Jude Allgaier in the 4 car, not wasting any time, going to jump straight up to the front. The 42X of Luke Anderson, followed by the 1S of Braxton Weegar. And you've got the 8 of Jace Blevins, followed by the K9 of Sammy Porter and the 07A of Avery Morgan. Jude Allgaier not wasting any time, not hanging around to talk to anybody. He's going to try to run away and hide. Braxton Weegar trying to run him down. The 42X of Luke Anderson in 3rd. And the 8 of Jace Blevins, your top 4, Sammy Porter and the K9, followed by Avery Morgan in the 07A. White flag is in hand. We're going to go one more time for your Driven Midwest A-Class division. Out of El Campo, Texas, it's going to be Jude Allgaier taking the checkered flag, followed by Braxton Weegar, Luke Anderson, the 8 of Jace Blevins. Smoke coming out of that car as he crossed the finish line. The K9 of Sammy Porter and the 07A of Avery Morgan. Up next, it's your Driven Midwest A-Class Heat Race number 5.
Lights out, we're coming green, guys, side by side to my line for 8 laps with the scale. Good luck. Just give it a Hershey, what's supposed to be.
The 14K is on the pole. That's going to be Kyle Hooper to his outside. To be the 97. That's Cash Lacombe, the 14M of Mitchell Moles, and the 29. Sorry, the 50. It's a 29 on that car. Shows to be the 15 of Mason Daughtery. Moved up into that second spot. Cash Lacombe in third. The 14M of Mitchell Moles running that fourth spot. The 6 of Briley Kilmer. The 9 of Matt Moore. And the 25 of Rob Johnson. Matt Moore got a little high in turn number 1. He's going to slide back just a little bit. Halfway flags are out. The 14K of Kyle Hooper, followed by Mason Daughtery. Cash Lacombe's going to throw a haymaker into turn number 3. Does it stick? He's got Mason Daughtery to his inside. Daughtery's going to slide him back across, coming out of turn number 2. Daughtery's going to hold on to that second spot. He shuts the lane down going to the bottom. Problems for the 6 of Briley Kilmer. Slides up into turn number 1 and comes to a stop. Briley Kilmer out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. Young lady, a lot of people don't know this, but she has over 158 feature wins in her young career so far, and she's not done yet. That's the driver of the 6 out of Goldsby, Oklahoma. Kyle Hooper is your leader, followed by Cash Lacombe in the 97. Mason Daughtery in the black and white car there in third place. The 14M of Mitchell Moles in fourth. Matt Moore in fifth. And Rob Johnson rounding out your field. Green flag is back out. Cash Lacombe got that thing hanged up on the top side of the track. He's trying to move. The 14 of Moles tried to throw it in there. Lacombe lost the back end as he got into the fluff. Opened the door for Mason Daughtery in the 29X. White flag is out. Matt Moore throwing sliders with Cash Lacombe as they come out of turn number 4. Down the back chute. Out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's going to be Kyle Hooper in the 14K, followed by Mason Daughtery in the 29X, Cash Lacombe in the 97, Matt Moore in the 9, the 14M of Mitchell Moles. Rounding out your field, Rob Johnson in the 25J. Up next, it's your turf tire heat race. On the pole in the 00, it's going to be Tony Huddleston. To his outside in the 222, it's going to be Lloyd Bunton. Row number 2 on the inside in the 77, that's Kate Bigger. To his outside, it's going to be the 75 of Willie Vickman. Row number 3 on the inside is going to be the 29B of David Jacobs. And to his outside, it's going to be the 4X of Mitchell Cooper. Green flag is in the air. Lloyd Bunton's going to run down the front straightaway and try to hide with. He's bringing Willie Vickman with him. The 4X of Mitchell Cooper's making a good run off of that into that third spot. David Jacobs moves around Huddleston on the in that 29B around the 00 on the bottom. The 77 of Bigger trying to find his way around Huddleston, but Huddleston's going to block that line. Lloyd Button in the 222 is going to hold on to it and stretch his lead down the back straightaway. The 75 of Willie Vickman. The 4X of Cooper racing for that second and third spot. Lloyd Button in that 222 stretching his lead over the 75 of Vickman. Mitchell Cooper in that 4X. Problems for Bigger. He's going to slide down to the infield, but he makes the right decision. He pulls it back out on the front straightaway. Button's going to put him a lap down as he goes around the top side. Button with a full straightaway lead over the top of the second place car. White flag is out one more time around in your turf tire heat race tonight. Out of unknown parts of Oklahoma, mainly because nobody wants to claim him. It's the 222 of Lloyd Button, followed by the 75 of Willie Vickman, the 4X of Mitchell Cooper. Then you got the 29B of David Jacobs, the 00 of Tony Huddleston, and rounding out your field, it's the 77 of Kate Bigger. Our tuner division. This is an easy for me to say. This is just to show you on every Saturday night what we have out here. Tuners are going to do a 12-lap A feature race. They come out, they drew numbers, and this is what they got. On the pole, it's going to be William Hunt out of Blanchard, Oklahoma in the 47. To his outside, it's going to be Bryson Brindley out of Blanchard, Oklahoma in the 37. Ernest Purcell in the 65 on the inside, and Briar Jackson in the 8. Briar Jackson's out of Duncan, Oklahoma. The 11 car out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. That young lady is named Gentry Shive. Oh, Briar Jackson didn't get the memo. Bryson Brindley decided to say, here it is. The two youngest competitors in the tuner division in the 8, that's Briar Jackson. And the young lady driving the 11G, that's Gentry Shive. I do invite you down after the race. A lot of these guys will be staying because it's a 2-night event. Go down and meet your favorite driver. Check out their hot rod. They want to show it to you just as much as you want to look at it. Green flag is in the air. William Hunt in the 47 over the 65. of Ernest Purcell, the 8 of Briar Jackson, the 37 of Bryson Brindley, and the 11G of Gentry Shive. William Hunt up on the middle of the track. You've got Ernest Purcell right where he normally stays, right on the bottom. There is fluid coming out of the 65. Might want to keep an eye on that. Not sure what that could be, but hope it's not. That smells like fuel. Smell it in the air. It is fuel coming out of that 65 car. Gentry Shive looks to the inside of Bryson Brindley, going to move up a spot. Halfway flags are out, 6 laps down, 6 laps to go. Black flag to Ernest Purcell in that 65 because he is leaking fuel. Need to make sure that that's not an issue. Driver gets it wound up into the infield. William Hunt in the 47 is your leader. Briar Jackson in the 8. Oh, there's smoke coming from the 37 of Bryson Brindley. Looks like a tire rub for the 37. William Hunt going to give Gentry Shive a little bumper kiss there and say, hey, I'm back here, let me go. But she's got the right to stay right in front of him. She's going to hold her line. White flag is out for the 47 of Hunt. One more time around for our tuner division. Checkered flag is in the air. Blanchard's William Hunt taking the checkered flag, followed by Briar Jackson in the 8. Gentry Shive in the 11G and the 37 of Bryson Brindley. Oh. That was kind of a weird noise out of the 37. Smells like rubber. We had a tire blowout on the 37 of Bryson Brindley on the back straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our tuner division. You can see them on the schedule. They'll run here normally on a Saturday night here at I-44. We're going to take a brief intermission. Our concession stand is open. Go down and get you something warm to eat, something cold to drink, and we'll be back with you in just a short to get the A feature started.
Check.
be here tomorrow night. Brent will be here tomorrow night.
Hey, Bryson? Thought you didn't want to get your shoes dirty. Ladies and gentlemen, down on the infield, that's Bryson with the Oklahoma Sports Network. He's their commentator up here in the booth with me.
Well, it was inevitable.
It was inevitable.
It was inevitable. Hey, thanks everybody for coming out. Are you guys having fun or what? I can't hear you, but I assume that you cheer.
Bryson, I just want to verify that it was not the fact that your wife threatened if you didn't go down there, she wasn't taking you home.
Luckily, I drove myself. So.
I won't help you get in trouble by any means of the word.
Hey, make sure real quick, everybody go follow us on Facebook. We're live right now on the Oklahoma Sports Network. Go to I-44. They've got their mascot for the kids out here tonight. It's great stuff going on.
S.
Daniel Smith. 10 cars scheduled to start. 9 cars make the call.
"12 laps is the distance. The top 3 will move on to the A feature. Matt Moore and Jaden Friesen on the front row looking for a green flag out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Green flag's going to stay out this time around. Matt Moore in the 9 is going to be your leader. They come around and take lap number 1. Jaden Friesen in that 2F. In your second spot, Sammy Porter in the K9, along with the 11 of Zayden Vasquez. We got 2 cars contact made on the back straightaway. Daniel Smith in the 28S and the 25J of Rob Johnson. Smith goes to the infield. Johnson gets it straightened back out and continues on. We're going to stay green. Matt Moore, Jaden Friesen, Sammy Porter, Zayden Vasquez. Frank Flood moving up into that 5th position, bringing Briley Kilmer right behind him, followed by the 07A of Avery Morgan. The 25J pulls to the infield, ending his night right there. Friesen looking to the inside, couldn't find a way around Moore that time by. Matt Moore's got plenty of laps here at I-44 in these micro sprints, from the time he ran juniors all the way up to the A class, the non-wing cars here. Giving it a shot tonight with the now 600 regulars that come out on a regular basis. Frank Flood's going to slide across the nose of the 11 of Zayden Vasquez and move up into that 4th spot. Vasquez going to try to fight back on the bottom, cannot get him cleared. That's going to leave Flood in that 4th spot. Flood is looking to the inside of Sammy Porter in that K9. He needs one more spot to make the A feature. He's going to go to the top side. He's going to turn the nose down. Diamond's off at 3 at the stripe. He's going to move that 81 car up into the 3rd spot, into that final transfer spot. Matt Moore in the 9, Friesen in the 2F. Your top 2, followed by Frank Flood in the 81. Sammy Porter, Zayden Vasquez, Briley Kilmer, and Avery Morgan battling it out, but they are out of the transfer spots. White flag is out, final lap. Final time around for your Victory Motorsports B feature number 2, with Matt Moore taking the checkered flag, Jaden Friesen in the 2F, and Frank Flood rounding out your transfers. This is your junior sprint A, right? Chase Button will be your pole sitter with Bowie to his outside. Racing Mason McBride in the 98 on the inside of row number 2 with Wyatt Yore in the 4 to the outside. The 14G of Will Golden will be on the inside of row number 3 with the 21P of Paisley Slidham. And shotgun on the field. That's going to be the 66. That's going to be Breck Bowie with Brighton Bowie up on the front row. Green flag is in the air. Brighton Bowie's going to jump down in the front side of it. He's going to lead into turn 1, out of turn 2. Button right behind him. Wyatt Yore right there in that 4 car, your top 3. Side by side, it's Golden and McBride in that 4th spot, 5th. The 66 of Breck Bowie, followed by the 21P of Paisley Slidham. Chase Button in that 14B all over the back of that 65 of Brighton Bowie. Wyatt Yore right there in that 3rd spot waiting for a mistake. He's slowly creeping up on the backside of Button. Going to move to the top side. He's going to go right around the back straightaway down around Button and moves right back down in front of him. He's going to keep that same line running. He has found some momentum in that 4 car. Now he's got his sights set on that 65 of Bowie. McBride running up underneath the backside of that 14 of Button, trying to move up into that 4th spot. Problems for the 14B. That's going to be Button pulling to the infield. My apologies. That is Golden in the 14G in the with the white wing. The 65 of Brighton Bowie is your leader, followed by the 4 of Wyatt Yore. The 14G of Will Golding in that 3rd spot. Mason McBride in the 98, followed by the 66 of Breck Bowie and the 21P of Paisley Slidham. $14G of Golden right there on the tail tank of the 4 of Wyatt Yore. Shows him the nose on the inside. Yore's going to hold his line on the top side. Yore's going to try to squeeze down a little bit, not going to get it done as he gets pushed up just a hair, but he's still got the momentum on the top side. Wyatt Yore still holding on to that 2nd spot. Golden slides up underneath him, almost made contact, lost the back end for a split second. Wyatt Yore still running the middle of the track. Now they're going to split Slidham. Slidham's going to not slow either one of them down. Yore sticks his foot out there and he stamps his foot in the 2nd spot, holding on to it. Bowie with almost a full straightaway in that 65 is your leader. Now Golden looking to the inside again, trying to find a way around the 4 of Wyatt Yore. Now they're side by side down the back straightaway. Golden's got a nose out in front of him as they go into turn 3. Wyatt Yore still running that top side, trying to keep them in, and Golden's going to make the pass and hold on to it when they hit the stripe. Now Wyatt Yore's looking around a little bit. He's going to go to the inside to show the nose to the 14G. A little contact made as they come out of turn number 3. Both of them keep it straight and clean. Golden still holding on to that 2nd spot. Bowie in the 65, not looking back at all. He's got his hotel room key in his hand. He's checking out. Will Golden in that 14G stretching his lead a little over Wyatt Yore in that 4 car as they come down the back straightaway. Six-second lead for your leader in the 65. That's Brighton Bowie. 11 laps down out of the 20 laps distance. White flag is in the air. Final time around for your Junior Sprint A feature. Out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 65 of Brighton Bowie taking the checkered flag, followed by Will Golding in the 14G, the 4 of Wyatt Yore. And at the stripe, it's going to be the 98 of Mason McBride, the 66 of Breck Bowie, and the 21P of Paisley Slidham.
I had to sit here and hold it, you guys.
Brighton Bowie makes his way to the scales. Thumbs up from the scales. It's official. Brighton Bowie out of Oklahoma City in the 65 is your winner of the Junior Sprint A feature. Give Mr. Bowie just a moment to get all the safety equipment off and climb out of his car. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, your A feature winner in the Junior Sprints. It's Bryson Bowie.
Down here at Victory Lane, Brighton Bowie, the winner of your Junior Sprint A main. Sir, how you feel after that win?
Well, I feel good. After all those laps, I knew I had clean air, so I just started to slow down a little bit.
There you go. You're taking home some money tonight, coming back tomorrow night to compete for another win?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's root for Brighton Bowie tomorrow night. Your winner, Friday night's Junior Sprint A main.
Hey, Brighton, you ready to play rock, paper, scissors for that check? No. He didn't even think about that, did he? His helmet started moving. Well, that's another one that won't play. I just want the check. I don't want the money. I just want the check. Up next, it's your Now 600B feature. Partnered with Haas Media, B main feature right here at I-44. On the pole, it's going to be the 13 of Jace Raper. To his outside, the 47 of Addison Bishop. Row number 2 is going to be the 30 of Gunnar Calloway and the 1 of Jamison Smith. Row number 3, the 22 of Riker Jones and the 24 of Cam Acker. Row number 7 is going to be the 66 of Brooks Bowie and the 55K of Caden Anderson. Row number 5 is going to be the 18T of Taylon Roberts and the 90 of Maxwell Norick. Row number 6 is going to be the 10cc of Charmaine Carey and the 11 of Bryce Shade. Row number 6 is going to be the 40 of Ryder Calloway and the 10 of Rodix Kidder. Green flag is in the air. Top 6 will transfer out of this B feature. The 13 to 47. Oh, and we've got a mess. .47 of Addison Bishop, the 13 of Jace Raper, and the 1 of Jamison Smith, along with the 10cc of Charmaine Carey, involved in that caution. Timing and scoring, going to have to make some adjustments in the lineup. Row number 1 is going to be the 30 of Gunnar Calloway with the 22 of Riker Jones to his outside. The 24 of Cam Acker will be on the inside of row number 2. The 66 of Brooks Bowie will be on the outside of row number 2. The 55K of Anderson to the inside of row number 3. The 18T of Roberts to the outside.
That's my day job.
Row number 4 is going to be the 90 of Maxwell Norick and the 11 of Bryce Shade. Row number 5 is going to be the 40 of Ryder Calloway and the 10 of Brodix Kidder. Row number 6 is going to have the 13 of Raper and the 47 of Addison Bishop. Your final row is going to have the 1 of Jamison Smith and the 10cc of Charmaine Carey. Top 6 will transfer. Gunnar Calloway and Riker Jones going to bring them to the stripe. Looking for a green flag, and we're green. Haas Media B main feature number 1. Bryce Shade found the top side. He's already moving up positions. Already up into your top 5. The car to watch right now is the 55K. It's the final car on the bubble. Everybody in front of him is going to transfer to the A feature as of right now. The 10 of Brodix Kidder pulling to the infield. His night is over. Taylene Roberts looking to the inside of Brooks Bowie in that 66 car. That let open the door for him to go right around Jones in the 22. Bryce Shade already up into that second spot, trying to run down the 30. Sliders being thrown left and right by Riker Jones in the 22 and Bowie in the 66. Charmaine Carey is going to take the 10cc to the infield. Halfway flags are out. Bryce Shade's going to throw a slider across the nose. Gunnar Calloway's going to cross him over. Can he complete the crossover? Not going to happen. They're still going to be side by side down into turn number 4. Bryce Shade is your new leader in your Haas Media Restricted A mean. Caution is out. The 22 of Riker Jones coming to a stop. Bryce Shade in that 11 car will be your leader, followed by the 30 of Gunnar Calloway. Then you've got the 66 of Brooks Bowie, the 18T of Taylin Roberts, the 55K of Caden Anderson, and the 13 of Raper. Raper in that 13 car is your final transfer spot. He is your bubble car. The top 6 will transfer. Lights are out. Looking for a green flag out of turn number 4. Bryce Shade's going to bring him to the stripe. double car. Cam Acker trying to find his way up along with Ryder Calloway. In that 40 car trying to move up. Bryce Shade's going to get almost a full straightaway that time by. Over Gunnar Calloway in second spot. Caution is out for the 40 of Ryder Calloway. Looking backwards on the track. Sorry, sir, you can't park here. You're parked wrong way in a one-way zone. Got Calloway turned around and refired. He's going to join the back of the field. Bryce Shade in the 11, the 30 of Gunnar Calloway, the 66 of Brooks Bowie, the 55, the 18T of Taylin Roberts, the 55K of Anderson, and the 13 of Raper are your top 6. Green flag is in the air. Anderson in the 55 showed the nose to Taylin Roberts, that 18T. Couldn't make it stick, but he still holds on to that 5th spot. Cam Acker showing the nose to Raper. Raper gets back on the loud pedal full hard. White flag is out one more time around. Addison Bishop in the 47 spun around in turn number 4. Gonna bring out the caution again. Bryce Shade out of Ben Wheeler, Texas. In that 11 car is your leader. Gunnar Calloway out of Ardmore in second spot in the 30. Brooks Bowie out of Oklahoma City. In that 66, your top 3. Taylin Roberts in that 18T. Fourth, the 55 of Kate Anderson. Your 5th place car and your transfer car on the bubbles will be the 13 of Chase Raper. Drivers have already taken the white, so we'll see if it goes green-white checker right here, or if he throws the green and white together. Bryce Shade's going to bring him to the stripe. Green flag is out. Taylin Roberts tries to show the nose to Brooks Bowie. Bowie brings it around on the top side. Taylin Roberts trying to move up one more spot for that A feature. She's going to get it done right there. White flag is in the air. Final time around for your Haas Media B feature in the restrictor. Out of Ben Wheeler, Texas, it's going to be the 11 of Bryce Shade, followed by Gunnar Calloway in the 30. The 18T of Taylin Roberts. 66 of Brooks Bowie, the 55K of Anderson, and the 13 of Raper will be your 6 transfer cars to the A feature. Thumbs up for Bryce Shade. That's going to transfer him and the other 5 to the A feature. Now your lineup for the Haas Media non-wing B feature. On the pole, it's going to be the 5P of Luke Porter. To his outside, the C3 of Bobby Chappa. Row number 2, the 17 of Tala McConnell and the 11 of Zayden Vasquez. Row number 3, the 75 of Blaine Button and the 6 of Briley Kilmer. Row number 4, the 29S of Blake Scott and the 46C of Kel McGee. Row number 5, the 55 of Dalton Burley and the 9E of Trevor Smith. Row number 6, the 42X of Luke Anderson, the 71A of Anthony Ray. Row number 7, the 24U of Tristan Olson and the 66 of Jaden Clay. Row number 8, the 11G of Blake Yard and the 1B of Woot Hoffman. And shotgun on the field in the 87, it's Cameron Imiterio. Green flag is out. Haas Media Beat feature, non-wing style, underway. Battle for the lead. Bobby Chappa in the C3 had it as they went by the stripe. The 5P of Porter loses some ground. That's going to be the 11 of Zayden Vasquez moving up into that second spot. Talon McConnell is on a rail. He has that 17 up into the 5th spot. 66 of Jaden Clay is going to pull to the infield. His night is over. The 7 caution is out. One car looking the wrong way on a one-way down in turn number 4, bringing out the caution. That's going to be the 29S of Blake Scott. Zayden Vasquez in the 11 is your leader, followed by Bobby Chappa in the C3. Porter in the 5P, McConnell in the 17, Bunton in the 75, 5C. Sorry, that's the 6 of Riley Kilmer. The 55 of Dalton Burley, the 42X of Luke Anderson. The 6 of Riley Kilmer is your transfer bubble car. Green flag is back out, 3 laps down. In this Haas Media B feature non-wing style. Porter diamonding off of turn number 3, trying to get a run at Bobby Chappa. Bobby Chappa holding a pretty line right there in the middle of the track, but Talon McConnell tries to throw a haymaker. Couldn't quite get it done, but he's going to lose a spot, but he's still in the transfer. Halfway flags are out. Pace is picking up heavy in the top 4. Bobby Chappa, Luke Porter, Blaine Bunton battling hard in that transfer spot, trying to move up more positions. Here comes the 55 of Dalton Burley, threw a haymaker into turn number 1. Couldn't complete it in turn number 2. Riley Kilmer still on the bubble. Blaine Bunton moved that 75 car up into the second spot, right around Bobby Chappa on the top side. Smoke coming from Burley as he barreled off into turn number 1. Riley Kilmer still your bubble car. Laps are winding down. Burley's going to throw a slider, slides across the nose of Kilmer. Kilmer's going to look to the inside. Can she get it back? She's going to drive it in deep. She's going to try to slide up. Contact between the 55 and the 6. The 29 of Scott takes evasive maneuvers and he spins. Dalton Burley hit the wall hard after making a little contact with Riley Kilmer. If I'm not mistaken, they were out exchanging addresses for Christmas cards for later this year. Maybe even some recipes for Christmas dinner. Zayden Vasquez is your leader in the 11. Blaine Button in the 75. Bobby Chappa in the C3. Luke Porter in the 5P. Talon McConnell in the 17. And Riley Kilmer in the 6. Your top 6 transfer cars. Luke Anderson in that 42 is the first car looking in. The cone is on the track. You can start anywhere in turn number 3 over by the tire, but you cannot pass till you've gone past the cone. If you do, there will be a penalty assessed at the next flag. If it's the checker, you move back then. If it's a caution, you'll be moved back at the time. But don't pass before the cone. We'll be going green, white checker for the finish of your Haas Media B feature non-wing style. Lights are out. Zayden Vasquez's race to start. He's on the loud pedal quickly as he got into turn number 3, hoping everybody else was sleeping. Bobby Chappa slides up high. He's going to kiss the wall. That's going to take him out of a transfer spot. White flag is out. Oh, everybody wave. We've got one rolling down the track. Picked a fine time to leave loose wheel. That was off the C3 of Bobby Chappa. Zayden Vasquez in the 11 is your leader. Blaine Button in the 75. Your second place car. Luke Porter in the 5P. Talon McConnell in the 17. Riley Kilmer in the 6. That is going to move the 42X of Luke Anderson up into the final transfer spot. Everybody behind him, Tristan Olstrom in the 24, the 70, the 71A of Anthony Ray will be right behind Luke Anderson. Tristan Olstrom. I believe that's the 11G. And the 9E will round out your field. Drivers getting the 1 to go. It will be a green-white together, and then the checker. Zayden Vasquez starting the mind games right here. Went to the bottom as they went through turns 1 and 2. Left everybody on the top side. Let's see where he takes off at. He's going to make him wait this time. He's halfway through the corner. He's back on the green. Green, white, waving at the same time. This is the final time around for the Haas Media B feature non-wing style. Out of Amarillo, Texas, it's Zoom Zoom. Taking the checkered flag in the 11, Zayden Vasquez. The 75, the 5P, the 17, the 6. The 11, the 75, the 5P, the 17, the 6, and the 42X are your transfer cars. Up next, it's your mini mod A feature. On the pole, the 13 of Zachary Pendleton. And to his outside, the 36K of Kyle Knight. Row number 2 is going to have the Bounty Hunter, the 83J of Jordan Griffin to the inside, and Dan Enixon to the outside. Row number 3, Miss Taylor, he said he's doing it all for you. It's the Pirate, the 88, it's Stephen Beard. To his outside, it's the 44 of Brantley Griffin. Row number 4, the 64 of Tim Ballou, the 7 of Charlie Griffin. Repairs done to the 88P. That's going to be Brian Pinnock in the 88P on the inside of the 58 of Keith Reed. Shotgun on the field will be the 28. That is going to be Braden Griffin. Your mini mod A feature lineup right here for you. Raise your hands in the air. Let them see you as they come out of down on the front straightaway. Show them how much we appreciate them. They're fixing to put on a show for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your mini mod A feature. Lights are out. Pendleton and Knight, front row, getting ready to throw the green. Side by side, nose to nose. Green flag is in the air. We're underway. Kyle Knight comes off the top side. Uh-oh, look at Enixon. He's flying up there. Goes around Zachary Pendleton right behind the 36 of Kyle Knight. Jordan Griffin showing to the inside. Can't quite get there. Your top 2 trying to check out. Oh, there's sparks coming off of Enixon's 89. Griffin in the 44 having some issues. Took it up high. Hey, shut down on the inside. Stephen Beard couldn't get around him. Little shot in the shorts from the 88P to the 88, letting him know he's the better 88. Jordan Griffin lost the back end. Almost got collected by the field as they came up behind him. Kyle Knight in the 36, Dan Enixon in the 89, and the 13 of Zachary Pendleton. Your top 3. Griffin in the 44 almost collected a dozen cars right there. The 7 of Charlie Griffin gets into Brantley Griffin in the 28 as he spun the back end around. Everybody's going to stay clean and green here. 36 of Kyle Knight coming up on the back markers. That's Keith Reed in the 58, the first one that's going to go a lap down. That puts, contact between the 58 and the 36. That's going to bring Pendleton a little bit closer as he tried to get around Reed and couldn't get cleanly. Now Pendleton gets around clean. Enixon gets around clean. The 88P looking to the inside of the 88 as they go into turn number 3. He's going to clear him and slide all the way across the nose. Trying to get around. It gets done. Now the 64 Tim Blue's trying to follow suit. The 36 of Kyle Knight is trying to look underneath Griffin in that 44. Not having any luck on the bottom, so he's going to move to the top side. He's going to get it done on the toe. Squeezed at the top. Gets the pass completed, but that gets Pendleton a lot closer. He was almost a second and a half behind Kyle Knight. Now he's down to 0.8 of a second. Kyle Knight in the 36 trying to get around Griffin in the 7. Griffin's going to hold him up a little bit. Pendleton getting closer. Oh, we've got a pirouette spin by the 89 and the 44 in turn number 4. Caution is out. Looked up and they were both spinning at the same time. A little bit of contact goes a long ways when you're racing the mini mod. Kyle Knight is your leader. Zachary Pendleton in that 13 in the second spot. Jordan Griffin in the 83J That's Brian Pinnock. Sorry about that. Then you've got thought it was the 88 of Stephen Beard. Yes, it will be the 88 of Stephen Beard. Then Brandon Griffin in the 28. The 36 of Kyle Knight. The 13 of Zachary Pendleton. The 83J of Jordan Griffin. Brian Pennington in the 88P. You've got Tim Ballou in the 64. Then you've got Stephen Beard in the 88. Braden Griffin in the 28. Charlie Griffin in the 7. 89 of Dan Enixon. And the 44 of Brantley Griffin is pulling into the infield. So his night is over. Keith Reed's night is over in the 58. He's pulled to the infield also. Lights are out. Kyle Knight's race to start. 12 laps complete, 8 laps to go in your Mini Mod A feature. Kyle Knight's gonna wait. Green flag is in the air. Everybody's on the gas now. Jordan Griffin's going to take advantage of Zachary Pendleton sliding high into turn number 1. Makes the pass. Pendleton's going to cross across the nose. Takes second back. Griffin's going to cross him over at the stripe. Gets second back there. Brian Pinnock right behind him in the 88. Here comes Dan Enixon. He got a twofer and a little contact off of Ballou. Griffin in that 28 followed right behind the 89. Ballou with an issue. He's going to pull to the infield. Kyle Knight up there by himself with about a 1.2 second lead. Then you got Zachary Pendleton, Brian Pinnock, Dan Enixon, Griffin, Beard, and Griffin rounding out. 17 laps down, 3 laps left. Kyle Knight up to a 1.78 second lead. Can he hold it? Does anybody have anything for Kyle Knight tonight in the Mini Mod division? Kyle Knight running right up on the cushion. Keeping one wheel in the fluff and one wheel on the track. Trying to hang on to it. He stretched his lead out to 2.3 seconds and the white flag is out. Final time around for your Mini Mod division. Down the back chute into turn 3. Looking out of turn number 4. Out of Mustang, Oklahoma. It's going to be the 36K of Kyle Knight taking the checkered flag. Followed by Jordan Griffin in the 83J, the 13 of Zachary Pendleton, the 88P. After the flip in the heat races, finishes in your 4th position with Dan Enixon moving back up to number 5. Brandon Griffin in the 28, followed by Stephen Beard, Charlie Griffin, rounding out your field.
Down here in Victory Lane, Kyle Knight, the 36K, really excited for that A feature win in his Mini Mod. Y'all give it up for him one more time. Kyle Knight, your winner in the A feature. A two-time winner at Meeker, first win at I-44. Mr. Knight, how's that feel?
Feels amazing. I'm just happy to be here, happy to be racing. Can't wait till tomorrow to do it again.
I was just about to say, you brought a hot rod tonight. Are you bringing it back tomorrow night?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Kyle Knight, your A winner in the mini mods.
All right, Kyle. You ready to play rock, paper, scissors for that check? Another one says no. One day I'm going to get me a check. It's not going to be tonight, it don't look like. Who's yours? Up next, it's our Big R Stores A features. This is your non-wing division on the pole. It's going to be the 14M of Mitchell Moles. To his outside, the 5C of Cooper Miller. Row number 2 on the inside, it's going to be the 81 of Frank Flood. To his outside, Jaden Friesen in the 2F. Row number 3, the 1S of Braxton Weegar. And to the outside, it's going to be the 3T of Trevor McIntyre. Row number 4, the 73 of Chase McDougal. And the outside, it's going to be the 60 of Broden Brown. Row number 5, the 14K of Kyle Hooper, alongside the 9 of Matt Moore. Row number 6, the 7 of Philip Cordova, and the 33 of Chet Nunley. Row number 7, the 297 of Dylan Berglund, and the 73F of Ty Fulgham. Row number 5, it's going to be the 11 of Zayden Vasquez, and to his outside, the 75 of Blaine Button. Row number 9, the 5P of Luke Porter, and the 17 of Talon McConnell. Your final row, the 6 of Briley Kilmer to the inside, and the 42X of Luke Anderson. Now 600 series partnered with the Big R Stores for your A feature. It's 25 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first. And we're doing it non-wing style right here. Lights are out. Looking for a green flag out of turn number 4, and we're green. The 14M and the 5C so far are your first and second place cars, but here, contact with the wall for the 5C. Drops back 2 spots as of right now. We've got 4 cars. 1 car left, barely rolling. Caution is coming out. Up in the front as they come down the front straightaway, the 5C bounced off the wall, caught another car to the inside. Everybody kept them clean and green, and we stayed going. And as they got into turn number 1, the back side of the field, all stacked up, didn't see what took place over there. Can imagine one car got out of shape, but everybody else started piling in around them, but nobody stopped. Everybody kept rolling. Mitchell Moles will still be the leader. The 5C. The 2F of Friesen. Sorry, it's the 14M of Moles, the 3T of Trevor McIntyre, the 5C of Cooper Miller. Timing and scoring, moving everybody around, getting them back in their correct positions. One lap complete. 24 laps to go. Mitchell Moles is your leader, followed by Trevor McIntyre, Cooper Miller, Jaden Friesen. Lights are out, looking for a green flag as they come out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. Oh my! A wild ride down the front straightaway for Matt Moore. Got upside down as he come out of turn number 4. Thumbs up from the driver. That was a wild one. Chase McDougal was also involved. Talon McConnell standing up out of his car, looking down at his car, trying to figure out if everything's... Driver has the helmet off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a big round of applause for Bethany, Oklahoma's Matt Moore. That was a wild one right there as they come out of turn number 4. If I wanted to get in trouble, I would ask timing and scoring if that counted as passing before the cone. But I'm not going to ask that question. McConnell being pushed back to the work area since he was unhooked out of his car. He must return to the work area to reattach his belts. They're checking the car to make sure it's good. Last time out, Talon had a wild wreck in turn number 3. Was a little sore. They took him to the emergency room. Everything was good, but he still had some bumps and bruises. Bumper's missing off the 9. The car's still in gear. Tail tank smashed pretty good. Can't imagine that. Checking out the fence and looking for parts. anybody remember the Barney cleanup
They were
song?
down here in the pits. Matt, that was a wild ride. Can you talk about it?
Restart. Got tired or some sit up, so live another day, I guess.
But are you feeling okay? Everything all good?
Yeah, just knees are banged up. I mean, probably hurt worse tomorrow when adrenaline sets in. So
That's Matt Moore. He's a little frustrated, but he's okay.
Mitchell Moles, Trevor McIntyre, Cooper Miller, Jaden Friesen, Frank Flood, Broden Brown, Woot Hoffman, Chase McDougal, 75 of Blaine Button, it appears that the 17 has gone back to the pits. His car will not come back out for the A feature. Driver's getting the one to go. The lights are out. .24 laps still to go, only one lap completed. Everybody makes the front straightaway this time. Got a little bump and run in the back of the field. Everybody's going to keep it straight. We've got one car looking the wrong way. Oh, goodness. All you can say there's a gaggle of cars in the back and ain't none of them happy. Everybody back there has hit each other. Mitchell Moles in that 14 car don't care. He's up in the lead. He's going to have a problem when he gets to the back of the field, though. They are 3 wide going into turn 4. Mitchell Moles, your leader in the 14, followed by the 5C of Cooper Miller. Coop Man making a showing tonight here at I-44. Frank Flood's going to move up one more spot as he throws one in on Jaden Friesen in turn number 3. Oh, we've got 2 cars hung up. A third one gave him a kiss, got them apart, but we've got 2 cars stopped on turn number 3. Caution flag comes back out. The Big R Store A feature non-wing style is not disappointing at all. 6 laps complete. And you heard me to start with, we got 25 laps or 25 minutes, and we're 9 minutes and 6 seconds into this race now. Mitchell Moles is your leader, followed by the 5C of Cooper Miller. Frank Flood in the 81 in that third spot. Jaden Friesen in the 2F in fourth. McIntyre in the 3T. The 60 of Broden Brown, the 73 of McDougal, the 75 of Button, the 297 of Berglund. Flat tire on Woot Hoffman's car, the 1B. Drivers getting the one to go signal as they come by the flag stand. Lights are out. Hmm. 19 laps to go. And we're reaching the 10-minute mark. So 15 minutes to get 19 laps done. Green flag is in the air. Cooper Miller trying to make a move, go to the top side. Mitchell Moles powers out, stretches out the lead. Button is going to go up and over in turn number 4 after contact. Another car stopped down there just shy of Button. Took evasive maneuvers, just locked up. Checking out Button's car, seeing if he can rejoin the field. Driver is good. Blaine Button wiggling the front of that car, making sure everything is good. Going to join the rear of the field. 14 of Mitchell Moles, followed by the 5C of Cooper Miller, the 81 of Frank Flood, the 2F of Jaden Friesen, the 3T of Trevor McIntyre, Chase McDougal in the 73, the 297 of Dylan Berglund. Then you got the 14, the 33 of Jet Nunley. Vasquez is going to move up in front of the 33. Then you got the 5P of Porter and the 75 of Button rounding out your field. Drivers are getting the 1 to go. We're at 10 minutes and 50 seconds, and we still have 19 laps to go. Looking for a green flag. It's Mitchell Moles' race to start. He's going to take him to the top side. He's already on the throttle as he gets into turn number 3. Everybody's going to make the cone. Frank Flood right on the back of the 5C of Cooper Miller. Cooper slides up, bounces off the front straightaway wall again, gives up second place. Jaden Friesen, that 2F, trying to find a way around him. Here comes Trevor McIntyre trying to find another way. Cooper Miller fights back hard. Frank Flood's going to throw another slider on him. Or I'm sorry, that's Jaden Friesen threw a slider on him and got him cross back over. Cooper Miller moves back up into the 3rd position. Jaden Friesen trying to hang on. Cooper Miller getting in awful high into turn 3 and 4. Jumping that cushion's causing him to slow down a little bit. That's how come he's getting caught. The top 2, Mitchell Moles and Frank Flood, are a straightaway ahead of the 3rd place car. Mitchell Moles with a half a straightaway gap over the 81 of Frank Flood. Laps are winding down the back side of the field, still 2 and 3 wide all the way to the back. Halfway flags are out. Frank Flood loses the front end as he went in high on turn number 3. Let the gap between him and Moles a little bit larger. But now he's starting to reel him back in. Mitchell Moles trying to back up to that cushion. You can see he's trying to do that delicate balance to back it into it. But it's tricky down there in turn number 3. Cooper Miller still in that third spot. Jaden Friesen holding on to fourth. Trevor McIntyre, your top 5. Zayden Vasquez going to throw a little bit of a short slider to try to get away from Sammy Porter, but the 7C of Cordova had a little problem in turn 3. That messed up Zayden Vasquez. Almost got 2 for there by Sammy Porter, but couldn't quite get around him. Now Mitchell Moles in that 14 is your leader. He's coming up on the back side of the field. Traffic is 2 and 3 wide in front of him, and they're sliding from the top to the bottom. Moles is going to have to tiptoe through here, but he's got Frank Flood right behind him. Philip Cordova, Zayden Vasquez, and Porter right in front of your leader. The leader goes to the bottom. 2 cars go high. Zayden Vasquez stays on the bottom. He gets around Porter in the 5P. Now he's got 1 car between him and Frank Flood. Now he's going to go to the top side, trying to get around Cordova. Almost didn't back it into the cushion. Blaine Button in the 75 is going to spin coming out of turn number 4. That's going to bring out the caution. Luck for Mitchell Moles, because traffic in front of him was starting to get sketchy. But now he gets away from the traffic, but he's got Frank Flood right on that rear bumper. That's going to put Cooper Miller right on the back side of the 81. Jaden Friesen will be right there behind him in the 2F with McDougal in the 73. Trevor McIntyre in that 3T in front of Dylan Berglund in the 297. 22 laps down, 3 laps shootout for your Big R Stores A feature, doing it non-wing style. We have 15 minutes to make 3 laps. Mitchell Moles holding on to him, gets halfway through turn 3, and then he nails the loud pedal. Down the front chute. Friesen gets a spot going underneath Cooper Miller. Cooper Miller jumped the cushion going into 1. Why? 2 laps to go. Problems. Porter comes to a stop in turn number 1 along with the 7C of Philip Cordova. Contact between those two bringing out the caution. We might need the 14 minutes on the clock at this rate. Mitchell Moles, Nat 14 in your leader. Frank Flood, the 81 in second place. The 5C of Cooper Miller in third. The 2F of Friesen in third. The 5C of Cooper Miller in fourth. And Chase McDougal in the 73. Your top 5. Philip Cordova giving his address to Zayden Vasquez, letting him know at Christmas he's invited to the house. Just heard over the radio the 5C of Cooper Miller has a right rear flat tire. It's still on the bead, but the air has evacuated. Mitchell Moles, Frank Flood, Jaden Friesen, Cooper Miller, and Chase McDougal, your top 5 with Trevor McIntyre right behind him in that 6th spot. 3 laps left. 2 laps left in your Big R Stores A feature. Do it in non-wing style. Moles hangs on to him. They get into turn number 4. Cooper did the smart thing. He went up high. "23 laps complete, a 2-lap shootout. A flat tire taking him from 4th place in the 5C of Cooper Miller. Heartbreak for him this evening. Moves Chase McDougal up into the 4th spot. Trevor McIntyre in that 3T up into the 5th spot. Green flag is back in the air. A 2-lap shootout. Frank Flood's going to go to the top side. Mitchell Moles is going to stay to the middle. Flood is going to run down the backside. Can he do anything with him? White flag is in the air. Final time around for your Big R Stores A feature. Non-wing class down the back chute into turn 3. Coming out of turn 4 is Raisin City, California driver Mitchell Moles taking the checkered flag, followed by Frank Flood, Jaden Friesen, Chase McDougal, Trevor McIntyre, your top 5. It's official. Mitchell Moles out of Raisin City, California makes weight and takes it to the topside roofing. Victory Fuel. Victory Lane. We're going to go down and get a word with Mr. Mitchell Moles.
Down here in Victory Lane from Raisin City, California, winner. Night 1 in the non-wing A-main, Mitchell Moles. Talk to me about those last couple restarts. It was a wild race for some, not necessarily for you.
Yeah, no, these guys gave me a great car, and oh man, I've never been here before until today. And I was telling Harley on the way down here, I was like, hey, it kind of fits more of my like California style. Like, just looks more like California than like Port City. And that place has been giving me hell, and I've been tough to beat old Frank there. So it feels good to put one notch on the board to him. He's got like 3 on me this year. So. Yeah, anytime you can keep Frank Flood behind you. And like I said, my guys, they just give me a great car. And Harley's gave me everything I've asked for and to make myself better. Like I said, I got to thank Driven Midwest. And obviously, Brad Coleman built the engine on this one. FK Shocks, Willie Kane takes really good care of me. And obviously, everybody that's a partner with Driven Midwest. And allowing me to do this, I'm a really blessed guy. And I just happy to be here.
Night 1 winner of the non-wings A-main, Mitchell Moles out of Raisin City, California.
All right, Mitchell. None of these Okies will sit there and play rock, paper, scissors for them checks. Do you want to play rock, paper, scissors for them checks? The California guys don't
if you
answer.
Want to play rock, paper, scissors for your money tonight.
Well, I like to play with the casino, so we could do double or nothing.
You want to do it?
You're the one right down the road, Mitchell.
Up next, it's your Big R Store A-feature restrictor style. On the pole, it's going to be the 75 of Deacon McRoberts. To his outside, and the 99L, it's Caden Lane. Row number 2 in the 6, it's going to be Briley Kilmer. To her outside, the 14V, it's going to be Brett Van Zant. Row number 3, the 13C of Casey Courtney. To his outside, it's going to be the GH7 of Garen Howard. Row number 4, the 28 of Kyson Bolden. And to his outside, it's going to be the 18 of Titan Roberts. Row number 5 on the inside, it's going to be the Wild Child. It's the 19A. It's Ayla Moorfield. To the outside on row number 5, the 28L of Jensen Long. Row number 6, it's going to be the 14B of Chase Button. And to his outside, the 29 of Clayton Jenkins. Row number 7 in the 92, it's going to be Lathan Knott. And to his outside, it's going to be the 22R of Riley Oberst. Row number 8, it's going to be the 11 of Bryce Shade. And to his outside, the 30 of Gunnar Calloway. Row number 9, the 18T of Taylin Roberts. And to her outside, it's going to be the 66 of Brooks Bowie. Your final row for your Big R Stores restricted A feature is going to be the 13 of Chase Raper. And to his outside, the 55K of Caden Anderson. Lights are out. Looking for a green flag out of turn number 4, and we're going green. Deacon McRoberts going to slide up in front of the 99L. He's going to take them all the way. Holy cow, Brett Van Zant in the 14B. Split the second and third place cars, moves up into second. Was trying to go for a 3 for trying to get Deacon McRoberts and couldn't get it done. Briley Kilmer on the bottom trying to get around. Not finding a way around Brett Van Zant, but Caden Lane looking to the inside in that 99L. Garen Howard, after that wild wreck, gets the car put back together. He's up into the 4th spot now, makes a pass, just as I was calling it out. Gets into that 4th spot up behind the 6 of Riley Kilmer. Back in the pack, they're 2 wide as they come out of turn number 4. Riley Oberst, Taylin Roberts on the bottom. Gunnar Calloway and Brooks Bowie on the top side. Holy smokes. Taylin Roberts and that 18 made a wild move around the 28L of Long as he moved in. Bryce Shade already moving up, moving forward. He diamonds off of number 4, makes a pass, moves up another spot, and that 11 car started towards the rear of the field, making his way through. Deacon McRoberts, Brett Van Zant, Riley Kilmer. Riley Kilmer trying to slide up in front of the 14B of Van Zant. Comes up, he's going to shoot to the inside. Going to try to show her the nose and get back in front of her. Can't make it happen. Bryce Shade started 15th. He's up to 10th right now as he makes another pass moving forward. But Jensen Long puts him back in 11th by crossing him back over and getting around. Got one car taking it to the infield. Ayla Moorfield making a big move under Garen Howard, trying to get there, slides up and side by side. We've got Riley Oberst coming to a stop. Contact between her and the 13 car, bringing out the caution. Turn number 4, Courtney in the 13 sees the car that took it to the infield his lap earlier. Deacon McRoberts in the 75 is your leader. They get Riley Oberst refired. She's going to join the back of the field. Courtney gets his car going again, and he's going to rejoin the field. Deacon McRoberts, Briley Kilmer, Brett Van Zant, Garen Howard, Ayla Moorfield, Caden Lane, Titan Roberts, Jensen Long, Bryce Shade, the 29 of Clayton Jenkins. Then you've got the 18T of Taylin Roberts. 30 of Gunnar Calloway. Nine laps complete. Deacon McRoberts in the 75 is your leader. Briley Kilmer in the 6. Brett Van Zant in the 14B. Garen Howard in the GH7. Ayla Moorfield in the 19A. Caden Lane in the 99L. Titan Roberts in the 18. Then you got Bryce Shade in the 11. He started 15th up to 8th. Jensen Long in the 28, the 29 of Clayton Jenkins, the 18T of Taylin Roberts. $14B of Bunton. Green flag is out. Garen Howard looks to the inside. Briley Kilmer's going to hold on to that second spot. Ayla Moorfield's going to throw a haymaker underneath Brett Van Zant's not going to stick, but she gets around Garen Howard. Garen Howard's trying that low side. Here comes Roberts in the 18. He's going to look underneath Garen Howard. Roberts is going to try to move up a spot. Contact between him and Garen Howard. That allows the 99L of Caden Lane to jump up in the mix also. Bryce Shade sitting there watching, trying to make sure. Ayla Moorfield's going to move up in front of the 14B, taking that third spot. Deacon McRoberts got way high in turns 1 and 2. Open the door for Briley Kilmer. He goes high in 3 and 4. She gets him down the front straightaway. Halfway flags are out. Big R Stores Restrictor A feature halfway in the books. Roberts moves up into the 4th spot. Bryce Shade seems to have stalled out into that 8th spot. Problems for Caden Lane. He's on the top side, slowing down. Almost collected. Almost collected a couple of cars there. Bowie pulls to the infield on the back straightaway also. Timing and scoring, looking at all the positions, making sure everybody's in the right spot. Briley Kilmer in the 6 should be your leader, followed by Deacon McRoberts in the 75, the 19A of Ayla Moorfield, the 18 of Titan Roberts, the 14B of Brett Van Zant, the GH7 of Garen Howard. You got Bryce Shade in the 11, the 28 of Long, 29 of Jenkins, the 18T of Taylin Roberts. Kyson Bolden up behind Taylon Roberts, Gunnar Calloway, Lathan Knott, Chase Button, the 55K of Anderson, the 13 of Raper, the 22 Arvo Burst, and the 99L of Caden Lane. The 66 really stopped to ask if his tire was flat, so he stopped on the racetrack, so he was relegated to the back. He decided to pull to the infield. Deacon McRoberts threw a haymaker into turn number 2, come out in first. Riley Kilmer crossed him over down the back straightaway, and she takes that spot back away from him. Riley Kilmer, Deacon McRoberts, Ayla Moorfield, Titan Roberts, Garen Howard, your top 5. Bryce Shade on this restart is making up another spot. Trying to get there. Little contact between Taylon Roberts and Bryson and Bolden as they come down through the front straightaway. Gunnar Calloway with a heck of a run off of turn number 2. He's going to go around Kyson Bolden in that 28 car, move up a spot. Bolden tries to cross him back over but couldn't get it done. Caden Lane now, he's slicing through the field, moving his way up. Ayla Moorfield threw a slider on Deacon McRoberts. Roberts crossed her back over, got back into that second spot. Now he's still under attack. She's still looking to the inside. Now she's going to bounce it off the curb a little bit. She's going to pull it up almost beside him as she comes down the front straightaway. She's going to throw another haymaker on him into turn number 2. Gets it done. Roberts is going to try to cross her over as he comes into turn number 3. Gets it done, but she crosses him back over. She's back in the second spot. The Wild Child, not disappointing at all, gets that 19A back up into the second spot. It's girls' night up in the top 2. Riley Kilmer, your leader. Ayla Moorfield, your second place car. Titan Roberts trying to get up underneath Deacon McRoberts, trying to move that 18 car up to a podium finish. The 55K of Anderson's going to stop to the infield. We're going to stay green. White flag is out. Final time around for your Big R Stores A feature restrictor style. Checkered flag is in hand. Briley Kilmer taking the checkered flag, followed by Ayla Moorfield. Girls' night at the front. Deacon McRoberts in the 75 is going to complete your top 3. Roberts in the 18 finishes in that 4th spot. Bryce Shade, your Ben Wheeler, Texas driver, started 15th, ended up in the 7th position with some big moves coming through the field.
I-44 Speedway, give it up from Goldsby, Oklahoma. Your winner in the A main, Briley Kilmer.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. It's Miss Briley Kilmer out of Goldsby, Oklahoma, your restrictor Big R Stores A feature winner. Just a little side note for you. She has just added to the other 150 plus A feature wins in this young lady's career so far. So big shout out to Goldsby, Oklahoma's own Briley Kilmer.
Well, Briley, you had to hold off the 75 on that restart. Talk to me about the race tonight.
Yeah, me and Deacon have always been best friends, so I know that he wasn't going to rough me up going in the corner, and congratulations to him for getting second.
There we go. So you're coming back tomorrow night. You think you got a good enough car to win it? Obviously you do, right?
I hope so. I mean, I got the car back from the dyno today at like 6 o'clock, so hopefully it'll be good for tomorrow.
Goldsby, Oklahoma, Briley Kilmer, your winner in the restricted micro A main tonight here at I-44 Speedway.
Briley, you going to play rock, paper, scissors for that check?
Jill, I think you're 0 for tonight.
She's going to ignore me, isn't she?
Yeah, no, she didn't hear you. It's probably best.
She wouldn't play anyway. She's a chicken. She's not even going to pay attention to me tonight, is she?
One more time, I-44 Speedway. Let her hear it.
Up next, it's your Turf Tire A feature. On the pole, out of unknown parts of Oklahoma, it's going to be the 222. It's Lloyd Bunton. To his outside, it's the old man. It's the 75. It's Willie Vickman. To the inside of row number 2, it's going to be Mitchell Cooper in the 4X. And to his outside out of Newcastle, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 29B of David Jacobs. Row number 3 out of Edmond, Oklahoma, it's going to be the 00 of Tony Huddleston. And to his outside in the 77 out of Snyder, Oklahoma, it's going to be Kate Bigger. Lights are out, looking for a green flag out of turn number 4. Green flag is in the air. The 75 jumps out quickly off the top side. He's going to run up there and get in front of Lloyd in that 222. David Jacobs jumps up into that 3rd position. Mitchell Cooper in the 4X, Kate Bigger in the 77, and the 00 of Tony Huddleston rounding out that lap. Willie Vickman in the 75 trying to hold off the field. David Jacobs gets a run. He gets closer to the bumper of the 222 of Lloyd Bunton. Mitchell Cooper threw it on the binders real quick, trying to avoid the 29B of David Jacobs. He's got a good run out of turn number 3 into turn number 4. Now David Jacobs is showing the nose to Bunton in the 222. Going to stay on the bottom side, trying to squeeze it off. Bunton's going to power out around the top side, and he's going to squeeze back into that 2nd spot. Cooper in the 4X trying to find a way around. Kate Bigger is going to throw his nose in it. He wants up into that upper 5. He's going to look to the inside of the 4X. They were almost side by side at the stripe. Down the front straightaway. Cooper gets a little bit of a run, but Kate Bigger comes off the bottom. and he's going to squeeze into that 4th spot. David Jacobs in that 3rd spot, sliding back a little bit from Lloyd Button and Willie Vickman. Cade Bigger showed the nose to Jacobs. Jacobs running up the hill, trying to get away from him. Bigger gets a little closer in turns number 3. Jacobs going to drive away in turn number 4. Lloyd Button closing down the gap to the 75 of Vickman in that 2nd spot. Vickman throws it sideways. Button's going to keep it pretty straight going through the corners. David Jacobs has got it up there. Bigger and Mitchell squeezing each other for that 4th and 5th spot. Willie Vickman throws it in. It lost a lot of momentum. Button reeled him in, and then Vickman just took off as they went into turn number 2. Your top 5 nose to tail as they go down the back straightaway. Button looking underneath Vickman. Vickman's going to try to hold the center line as Button tries to run the bottom. David Jacobs is running the top side. Jacobs gets slid up a little bit, trying to still find a way around Button. Can't quite get there. Here comes Bigger, went all the way up to the fence. Almost got Jacobs as he went into turn number 2. Now he goes down to the bottom. Couldn't quite hold on to it long enough. But underneath, Vickman showing him the nose. Vickman's going to take off again. Button goes all the way to the top. Comes off of turn number 2, gets a run down the back straightaway. Got right to the tail tank. Vickman holding his line as he goes around the track. 5 laps left in your Turf Tire A feature. Willie Vickman's going to lose the back end. He's going to come to a stop, looking the wrong way on a one-way. Caution comes out. That's going to give the lead away to the 222 of Lloyd Button. David Jacobs, 29B, will be second. Mitchell in the 4X will be third. Cade Bigger in the 77. And Tony Huddleston, well, he pulled to the infield, so his night is over. Got Vickman refired. He's going to rejoin the back of the field. Our infield worker, Zachary, brings his date out onto the track. Sets the caution cone up. Lloyd Button in the 222. David Jacobs in the 29B. Mitchell Cooper in the 4X, Cade Bigger in the 77, and Willie Vickman in the 75. Drivers got the 5 to go lap as they came by the flag stand, so there's probably 5 laps left. Little Button's going to hold them all the way to turn number 4, then he gets on the throttle. David Jacobs was all over that tail tank. Button took off as soon as he touched it. Mitchell's going to throw that 4X in on the bottom. Going to cross over the nose of David Jacobs. He's going to still hold him at the stripe. Jacobs falls back into that 3rd spot. Mitchell in the 4X now has his sights set on that 222. Button in the 222 has got a new dance partner up at the front. The 4X of Mitchell Cooper. He is starting to reel in the 222 of Button. Button's going to slide up a little bit. Cooper's going to look to the bottom. White flag is out. We're going to go one more time around as Cade Bigger moves up into that 3rd spot. Mitchell Cooper's on the outside. Lloyd Button on the inside. Button's going to try to hold the bottom. Cooper's going to try to over the top side at the stripe. The 4X of Mitchell Cooper is going to take the win over the 222 of Lloyd Button. Holy smoke. He knew he had him in turn number 4 if he could just hold the line. Held onto it all the way around. Button could not get off the bottom hard enough. Mitchell comes up off the top side using that momentum and powered straight out around him and beat him to the stripe. This one's going to be fun down in Victory Lane. If I'm not mistaken,
Wow.
this is probably going to be Mitchell Cooper's very first A-feature win.
Well, how about at I-44 Speedway, Mitchell Cooper with an amazing win. Got the support section in turn 3 from Tuttle, Oklahoma. Mitchell, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, sir, no.
Mitchell Cooper, your winner tonight in the Durf Tire Micros. Man, talk to me about it.
Yeah, we kind of had a decent heat race. Kind of got hung up there for a minute. Kind of made a few adjustments. Thanks to everyone back in the back that helped me out. We came down. I knew we were getting close, and I knew it was time to nut up or shut up. So we went for it, and it stuck. Ain't get much better than that.
It's got to be great. Build on this momentum and carry it into tomorrow night.
That's right. That's what we're hoping for.
Mitchell Cooper from Tuttle, Oklahoma, your A-main winner in the Turf Tire Micros.
Hey, Mitchell, I got to know, is that your first A-feature? There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You got to see it right here at I-44 Motorsports Park. Mitchell Cooper took his first A-feature win, a win he's going to remember his entire life. He'll know exactly where he was at when he got the first one. Big round of applause for Mitchell Cooper on his first A-feature win. All right, this is what you came for, ladies and gentlemen. This is your final A-feature of the night. Big R Stores presents the A-Class A-feature. Starting in row number 10, it's going to be Frank Flood on the outside and Ty Fullman on the 73F to the inside. Row number 9 is going to have Jaden Friesen in the 2F and Jim Woods in the 83. Row number 8 is going to have Matt Moore scheduled to start to the outside and the 14M of Mitchell Moles to the inside. Row number 7, the 71T of Anthony Ray and the 97 of Cash Lacombe. Row number 6, the 14 of Harley Holland and the 60 of Broden Brown. Row number 5, the 33 of Jet Nunley to the outside, the 297 of Dylan Berglund. Row number 4, the 73 of Chase McDougal and the 14K of Kyle Hooper. The 15E of Eli Morgan and the 4 of Jude Allgaier to row number 3. Row number 2, Titan Robertson, the 18, and the 1S of Braxton Uyghur. And your front row, the 29X of Mason Daughtry. And on the pole, it's the 5C of Cooper Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, they're 4 wide for you. Let's get to our feet, show them how much we appreciate them and how much fun we're going to have during this race. This right here is why you saved your lunch money to come out. Ladies and gentlemen, you're now 600. Big R Store's A feature, A class event. Oh, big problems over in turn number 2. One car got up and over. That's the 71. The 73 was involved alongside a couple of others. Can't see the numbers on them right now. Driver's good. Getting a report over the radio that all drivers are good. The 2F is going to go to the work area. That's Jaden Friesen in the 2F. Timing and scoring already trying to get the lineup ready to go. The 15E of Eli Morgan on the hook, headed off the track. The 71T of Anthony Ray looking like he's headed for the... Going to crisscross the 4 down to the inside. The 14K of Hooper. The 73 of McDougal, the 297 of Berglund, the 60 of Brown, the 14 of Holland, the 97 of Lacombe, and the 14M of Moles on the outside of Lacombe. Then you've got the 83 of Jim Woods, the 81 of Frank Flood. Nunley gets repairs completed on that 33 car, rejoins the field at the rear. Getting the hook on the 2F for Friesen over in turn number 2. Cooper Miller, the 5C, is your pole card. Mason Daugherty in the 29 is the outside row 1. The 1S of Brexton Weegar on the inside. The 18 of Titan Roberts. Jude Allgaier in the 4 is in the inside of row number 3. Dylan Bergman in the 297. That's Kyle Hooper. That is on the outside of row number 3. Chase McDougal on the inside of row number 4 with Dylan Berglund in the 297 to his outside. Roden Brown in the 60 with the 14 of Harley Holland to his outside. Cash Lacombe in the 97 with the 14M of Mitchell Moles to his outside. Jim Woods and Frank Flood. And on your final row, the 73. 73T. The 33 of Jet Nunley. Green flag is out, but that looks like it's going to be called back. Did not like the start. Side by side, nose to nose is where you want them. No laps completed. 25 laps the distance. Cooper Miller, Mason Daugherty on the front row, side by side. Mason Daugherty looking to the inside. He's going to slide across the nose of the 5C. He's going to take the lead down the back straightaway. Cooper Miller throws a wide haymaker into turn number 4. He's going to take it all the way to the wall, but that's going to open up for Mason Daugherty. Mason Daugherty going to cross him back over down the back straightaway. Take it back away. Cooper Miller's going to slide him back coming out of turn number 4. Cash Lacombe got up against the wall in turn 1 last time around. This time he stays down on the inside. Slide fest at Slide Job City between the 5C and the 29. Titan Roberts wants up in there. He wants some of that. Top 3 trying to break away. Cooper Miller in the 5C, Mason Daugherty in the 29, and Titan Roberts in the 18. Jude Allgaier trying to get that 4 going. The 1S of Braxton Weegar battling behind him. 73 of McDougal. Here comes the 14M of Mitchell Moles with a big move up through the field. He's going to get another one as he jumps across the nose of the 73, but the 73 is going to cross him back over and take that spot away. Cooper Miller with a half a second lead over second place, staying right there against the cushion, way up next to the wall. They're 3 wide back in the back of the field. Jude Allgaier trying to find a way around the 1S. The 1S let him slide the nose. Short slid him up in front. Got him back over. Got back in front of him again. Mitchell Moles slowly creeping through the field. The 1S to Braxton Weegar lost the back end. Mitchell Moles is going to move up another one. Mitchell Moles up to the 6th place in your Big R Stores A-Class A feature after starting back in row number 8 on the inside in 15th position. Cooper Miller right up against the wall through turns 1 and 2. Almost a full straightaway away. Halfway flags are out. We're halfway through the Big R Stores A-Class A feature here tonight at I-44 Motorsports Park. Leader coming up on the backside of traffic. Jim Woods is on the top with the 73T. The 60 of Broden Brown at the bottom. They're double wide in front of him. Titan Roberts threw a haymaker on the 29 of Mason Daughtery out of turn number 4. Daughtery returned it in turn number 1. He's going to do the same thing here. Daughtery's going to return the favor in turn number 1. Slides across the nose of Roberts. Allgaier pulls to the infield. Braxton Weeger goes all the way to the top of the track, almost bumped the wall in turn number 1. Titan Roberts, Mason Daughtery sliding each other on each end. Cooper Miller up into traffic. Is that going to slow him down, or the two of these slowing sliders on each end going to give him enough room to stay out front? Another crossover down the back straightaway. Daughtery's going to slide across the nose. This time Roberts is going to stay to the top side. Daughtery slides to the bottom and short slides himself down the back chute. Roberts is going to throw another haymaker. Cooper Miller in traffic, now up behind the 83 of Jim Woods. They're still slicing and dicing for second and third. Each corner one throws a slider. This time they both went to the bottom. That was kind of wild to see that. Cooper Miller gets around the 60 of Broden Brown. He's still got Jim Woods in the 83 in front of him. Cooper Miller's going to go to the inside. Jim Woods lets him go by. Cooper Miller still up. Oh, he is in a flop, and he kissed the wall in turn number 2. So does Mason Daughtery in the second place car. But now he's got 3 cars between him and Daughtery. 2 laps left in your Big R Stores A feature. White flag is out. Final time around for your Big R Stores A-Class A feature. Down the backstretch, into turn 3, looking out of turn 4. He's out of Graham, Texas, ladies and gentlemen. It's Coop Man. It's Cooper Miller taking the checkered flag. Followed by the 29X, the 18. Mitchell Moles moves up into the 4th spot. Cash Lacombe lost the engine as he came across the start-finish line in the 97. The 5C of Cooper Miller, the 29 of Mason Daughtery, the 81 of Frank Flood, the 14K of Kyle Hooper, the 97 of Cash Lacombe. Oh, that's not official yet. Cash Lacombe has got a little bit of a fire over in turn number 3. Safety crew quickly on that. Looks like it's just burn off on the exhaust. All the way up from Graham, Texas. I'm going to check the scales. Thumbs up from the scales. Unfortunately for Cooper, Mom and Dad had to work, so they're not here. But guess what, Mom? He's bringing home a check tonight. All the way from Graham, Texas. Worked his way through karts and micros up to the point he's in the A-Class A feature. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's Coop Man. It's Cooper Miller.
Well, he set the quick time in qualifying, was able to win his heat. Comes out with an A-main win tonight. Cooper Miller Man, talk to me about that race. You kind of had to battle with the 29 there for a little bit, but then it was all yours from there.
I don't know. Mason had a good slider on me. I just kept crossing him over and over. And once I got ahead, I just never looked back.
So talk to me about building momentum into tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Just hopefully keep a positive mindset and just keep ripping.
I-44's A-main winner tonight, Cooper Miller, the 5C.
Well, that concludes our racing program for this opening night. Thank you, everyone who joined us here at I-44 Motorsports Park. All you people that joined us on Oklahoma Sports Network also from the comfort of your home. Will be joining us again tomorrow night. Hopefully we'll all be out here. Mother Nature seems to be wanting to play nice. We'll be out here at same bat time, same bat channel. Come on out and join us again tomorrow night for another great night of micro racing here at I-44 Motorsports Park and the Now 600 series. We will see y'all tomorrow night. Good night. God bless.
Calling you